across the greater Wichita area. As the largest family-owned independent insurance agency in Wichita, we don't just talk the talk, we protect Kansas businesses like they're part of our team. Conradi Insurance, built for business, rooted in community, always playing to win. Visit ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
Eaton Roofing and Exteriors loves being a part of the Kansas landscape. Since 1993, they've repaired or installed residential roofing on thousands of Kansas homes. And whether you've had storm damage or you're ready for a new, current, weather-hardy roof, you can trust Eaton Roofing and Exteriors for expert advice about the right roof for your performance needs, budget, and neighborhood covenants. Call the local Eaton experts today at 316-943-0600 or visit EatonRoofing.com.
Eaton Roofing and Exteriors.
Wichita, where the spirit of the frontier meets the hopes and dreams of tomorrow. I'm Justin Baxter of Baxter & Associates. Since 1976, we've helped Wichita's families and business owners build and protect their legacies. We honor the history that shaped us, and we look ahead to the future we'll create together. Baxter & Associates. Time well spent, money well invested.
Call 316-652-0101 or go to money-planning.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic Wealth Incorporated. Member FINRA SIPC. These entities are not affiliated.
Phil's Coins and Bullion, Kansas's premier bullion dealer.
If you want to add gold and silver bullion to your portfolio, there's no better place to go. Make sure to check out Phil's Coins online at philscoins.com. And with the largest variety of items, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. Phil's Coins and Bullion, 9344 West Central Avenue. Go check them out today.
Phil's Coins and Bullion, philscoins.com.
Four Seasons RV in Abilene is your premier destination for the highest quality travel trailers, fifth wheels, and toy haulers in Kansas. If you travel for sports, tailgates, or like to kick back at the lake, now is the time to check into kansasrv.com for the best selection on closeout deals. ESPN Wichita listeners can save an additional $500 by mentioning ESPN. Check out kansasrv.com for the best recreational vehicles today.
ESPN Wichita is bringing you a full week of college basketball action leading up to March Madness. We'll have exclusive live play-by-play of the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City, and it all leads to our Selection Sunday special to kick off March Madness right here on your home for college basketball. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Championship Week on ESPN Wichita is presented by Janie King, Davis Liquor Outlet, and Prochaska Howell and Prochaska Law.
Gillies Park City is open, and the legendary Hockey Talk is bringing live music every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in March. See Cody Canada and The Departed March 7th, and country music legend Neil McCoy on March 21st. Check playgillies.com for full March lineup. Come play, cut loose, and feel the energy you can only get at Gillies. Play hard, eat well, live it up. Minutes north of Wichita and Park City. Get the full lineup now at playgillies.com.
Hey, do I got any reads?
Every day is a great day at the Fairfield Inn and Suites,
Okay, good.
Wichita downtown. With over 1,000 Fairfields worldwide, they rank in the top 20% for cleanliness and service. Located at Kellogg and Main in the Waterwalk District, they are centrally located. Providing exceptional service is their thing. And make sure to enjoy a hot breakfast buffet with every stay. Let them be your home away from home. Fairfield Inn and Suites, Wichita downtown by Marriott.
Segment.
Wichita's hidden gem.
If you or a loved one has been a victim of personal injury, including medical malpractice and vehicle accidents, do not hesitate to call Prochaska, Howell, and Prochaska. For more than 38 years, their experienced team has helped fight for your rights regardless of your legal status. They guarantee there will be no cost until they win. PHP will be there to assist you and help you navigate the complicated legal process. Call them now at 316-683-9080 or find them online at phpattorneys.com to schedule your free consultation today.
Your home's in your hands, you build it.
You can save thousands of dollars building your dream home, remodeling your kitchen or bath, making your home more accessible as you age, or creating a new garage, barn, or workshop. You Build It has been helping homeowners save money for over 30 years. Using the You Build It system, you can choose your budget, who designs your renovations, and how involved you want to be in the process. Call or text now, 316-260-2044.
Your home's in your hands. You build it.
Don't just watch a movie, experience it at Boulevard Theaters. With plush reclining seats, premium sound, and crystal clear screens, every show feels like a premiere. Don't miss any moment on the big screen for food. Simply just order right from your phone and earn points to get rewards with the Boulevard Club. Want to save even more? Check out $8 movies at the Old Town location or $5 films at Town West on Mondays. Get tickets for the next blockbuster at Boulevard Theaters at BLVDtheaters.com.
Sports fans know the best games deserve the best food, and nothing beats Booth Creek Wagyu, raised right here in Kansas. Whether it's burgers on the grill, steak night at home, or tailgating before the big game, Booth Creek Wagyu brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience. Stop by their location at 21st and Webb and taste the difference for yourself. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit boothcreekwagyu.com to order today.
Save big on everything when you shop at Menards. Give your walls the most advanced protection with Pittsburgh's Paramount Interior Paint and Primer in one. It's scuff, scrub, and wear resistant, while also blocking stains and delivering true one-coat coverage. Choose from thousands of color options and refresh your space for spring. View our entire selection of paint and accessories today on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer to find great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Super Bowl MVP running back Kenneth Walker intends to sign with the Chiefs.
I'm thrilled, man.
Kenneth Walker has just
thrilled.
tweeted out Chiefs Kingdom with a picture of him in a Chiefs jersey.
Jack of all trades guy out of the backfield running and catching. You're signing him to be Christian McCaffrey light. I mean, that simply put is what you're looking at right now, man.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Your car is making
sports leader. Wichita's sports leader, 92.3 FM. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. KKJQ News. This is the Shane Dennis Show on the new ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
It is a Tuesday. Shane Dennis Show. Dylan Brett alongside, and for Jack today. Running things. Episode 1175 here on a glorious spring afternoon. Is it spring yet? I don't know if it's officially spring yet, but it feels like it. It's great outside. More on that in a moment. Here's how you can be involved in the show if you'd like to be. We'd like for you to. And I bet you dollars to donuts, I'm going to hear from a bunch of you guys in the Twitter segment of the show, especially on the text line, where that number is 316-247-0923. So shoot us a text if it is on topic, and if you got a question or a snappy comment, might get it read on the air if I get to it in time. That text line number, once again, 316-247-0923. So use it at your leisure and use it to win things every now and then. Text line, no, hotline. Give us a call, hotline, if you want, for all those reasons I just stated. That number is separate from the text line. It is 316-669-4996. So you can call us and talk to us on that number. ESPNWichita.com. Stream the show. Check out podcasts of past shows. New Day with SSJ in the morning. That's up there. My show, The Pulse with Pat from 2 to 4. He's on location today. I'll tell you where here in a second. And Seren Petro from 4 to 6. If you missed any bits of any of those shows, or you just want to listen to it again, stream live and on demand past shows at ESPNWichita.com. Same for our ESPN Wichita app. Download it. Take us with you wherever you go. Never miss a moment. But if missing a moment is inevitable, because you have to go to a meeting or you got to run to the store or something like that comes up and you can't listen live all the time, never fear. Listen to the podcast after the fact on our ESPN Wichita app too. So either stream us at ESPNWichita.com or on our ESPN Wichita app, or listen to the radio. Go old school, 92.3 FM. That's where we are, either in your car or if you got a radio at home, like I do. I still do. So you can listen to us on the radio. You can also watch us on our Twitter handle at ESPN Wichita, on our Facebook page, and our YouTube channel. Search on youtube.com, ESPN Wichita, subscribe to it, and if you're allowed, and you're lucky enough, you can watch us do the shows from here. And also at the bottom of our mugs is a schedule of the show. Here's what we're going to talk about and when. Across the crawl, down at the bottom. Very helpful, especially if there's an interview coming up. You want to make a mental note of it or a real note that you don't want to miss it, because in the 1 o'clock hour, we got an interview. Then that'll be good for you to stash away mentally. So there you go. There are all your ways to enjoy the show. And we gave you a couple ways to interact with the show via text and the phone line. We're at our Equity Bank Park studio. It is March 10th, 69th day of the year, 296 days left in 2026, and headed for a high today in Wichita of 83 degrees. Is that possible? It is currently 74, so we're getting there. And Pat informed me that it's plenty warm out there, so I'll take his word for it as we are barreling toward the low 80s today with some southerly breeze. All right. We've got a lot to talk about today, a lot of ground to cover, and we will do so after I tell you what we're going to talk about and in what order, but not before. Dylan Brett tells us a joke with our moment of levity. We got.
I was shaking up with a knock, knock.
Who's there?
Boo.
Boo hoo.
Don't cry, Shane. It's just a joke.
Man, you couldn't do better than that. Hey, I got one for you. What's Forrest Gump's password?
I don't know.
1 Forrest 1.
Okay. But he has to change it every 4 weeks?
Probably sooner than that, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Today's National Mario Day. First appearing in 1981 in a game called Donkey Kong, made by Nintendo. Mario burst upon the scene 45 years ago. Sheesh. Pack Your Lunch Day is today. Blueberry Popover Day. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 days to tell you about tomorrow when we get there. Happy birthday, Chuck Norris, 86. Happy birthday, Carrie Underwood, 43. Country music singer, songwriter. All right, there you go. There's March 10 for you. Here's what we're going to talk about. We will start with, I think, the obvious. We got to catch you up on who's gone where in the NFL. Free agent update. We'll do the best we can to catch you up on all the signings, trades, and all things in between. And in particular, we'll talk about the Chiefs with Jordan Foote. But speaking of breaking news, did you see the very latest with Isaiah Pacheco, Dylan? The Lions are signing him.
Really?
Uh-huh. R.I.P. Isaiah Pacheco's time in Kansas City. This is according to Tom Pelissero. So there you go. Some breaking news. Isaiah Pacheco signing with the Lions. So we'll get you updated on all that stuff, including breaking news if it happens, like it just did less than a minute ago. We will also talk about, because the Big 12 tournament is underway right now, we'll talk about the possibilities of who might be the next K-State head coach and get you up to date on all the job openings in college basketball as it stands right now. So we'll start to dip our toes into the college basketball and conference tournament waters coming up here at 12:25. We'll have a Top Golf Twitter question. Has to do with Kyler Murray's next landing spot. We'll also talk to Jordan Foote coming up at 1 o'clock. Jordan's Juicy Takes brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. That'll be at 1. And then at 1:25, the all Big 12 teams and more than that came out. All conference teams. And there was a couple of glaring omissions in the Big 12. And not surprisingly, Kenyon Giles was a first teamer in the American. So we'll talk about that coming up at 1:25, and also check in on some hoop scores. There is one game going on right now, and by the time we get to the 1:25 segment, there will be another one? Yeah, there'll be at least one other one going, two other ones going, one out of the ACC, one from the SWAC, and we'll get you up to date on what's going on in the Big 12, because game number 1 is going on right now. They are underway with 13th seed Baylor and the 12 seed Arizona State. They are late in the first half in that one. So we'll get you up to date on that score and look forward to the rest of the afternoon and evening hoop scores. Also, the specialty food for your favorite Big 12 team at the Big 12 tournament. That was announced a couple of weeks ago. We'll let you know what the specialty food for your favorite team is and talk some hoops coming up at 1:25. And then at the end of the show, I'm Old, Dylan's Young, March 10 version. And then we'll hand you off to the Pulse with Pat from 2 to 4. He is on location. He is in Northeast Wichita right now at the CBD American Shaman Botanicals in Wichita. So he'll be out there doing his show. Head on by, tell him hi, and tell all the folks at American Shaman Wichita that ESPN Wichita sent you over there. So go see Pat. It's a glorious weather day. I don't know if he's going to be outside or not, but I would be if I was him. But he'll be out there doing the show from 2 to 4. American Shaman Wichita, 21st and Rock. So check him out there. All right, you got your numbers. You got your topics. Fire away, especially on that text line, 316-247-0923. Again, the very latest in the free agent market and movement. So far, no Kyler Murray, no Trey Hendrickson when it comes to movement with those guys. But it was updated just a few minutes ago that Tom Pelissero on Twitter said the Lions are signing running back Isaiah Pacheco. So on the heels of the Kenneth Walker news, the former leading rusher for the Chiefs from a few years back is on the move. And also Travis Kelce, of course, it was made known yesterday that he wanted to come back for another year. And he's going to come back to the Chiefs on a 1-year deal. Speaking of Lions, former Lion Khalif Raymond of kick return fame is going to the Bears for a 1-year deal. So there's that. And of all the rest of the big news signings or re-signings from yesterday, the Las Vegas Raiders were perhaps the busiest. They spent a lot of money. They also have today tendered offers to a defensive tackle and an offensive lineman on the heels of at least 5 transactions that I saw. We'll get to them here in just a little bit. But the Saints have added Travis Etienne, the running back formerly of the Jaguars. And so now what do they do with Alvin Kamara? Their aging, third down specialist. Or do they keep him? Speaking of the Raiders, they have signed Matt Gay and apparently are moving on from Daniel Carlson, who's a pretty good kicker. And if I had to pick between the two, I think I'd take Daniel Carlson. But anyway, Tyquan Thornton and the Chiefs agreed to a 2-year, $11 million deal. The NFL Network reported that late yesterday. Thornton in 14 games had 438 receiving yards on 19 catches. So he's a deep threat for the Chiefs. They also reached a deal with free agent safety, Alohi Gilman. And that is kind of just in time because their defensive backfield is pretty bare. What with the Jalen Watson, Trent McDuffie, Brian Cook, and Josh Williams all on the move. We'll talk to Jordan Foote at 1 o'clock about where the Chiefs go now when it comes to their first pick. Now that they have a running back, you can kind of take Jeremiah Love off the board. But does that mean it needs to be a defensive back now? Because the defensive backfield is, like I said, that room a little thin right now. Texter says, would love if the Chiefs would re-sign Chanel. Love to watch him at linebacker. The Cowboys are bringing back defensive end Sam Williams on a 1-year deal. The Panthers, fairly busy too. Signed Devin Lloyd to a 3-year deal. He's a former Jag as well, linebacker. And from those in the know, they seem to think that the Panthers have had a pretty good last 24 hours when it comes to free agency. Maybe the big one, Mike Evans, one of the big ones anyway. Mike Evans signing with the 49ers. The Patriots signed edge rusher Draymond Jones. And getting back to the Raiders for just a second, just because they're in the AFC West and got a lot of moves to make, frankly. Traded Max Crosby, got a couple of firsts for him, which I was pretty impressed with that. But beyond the draft capital that they got trading Max Crosby to the Ravens, they reached an agreement with a center, Tyler Linderbaum, as a record deal, 3 years, $81 million for a center, including $60 million guaranteed. We presume that they're going to draft Fernando Mendoza. So there's his center. Also, Nakobe Dean, a linebacker, 3-year deal. Quay Walker, 3-year deal, linebacker. Malcolm Kuntz, defensive end, 1-year deal to return. I guess that, according to those in the know, wasn't a surprise. Kwity Paye, the defensive end, formerly of the Colts, signed a 3-year deal with the Raiders as well. Eric Stokes, cornerback, 3-year deal. And Jalen Naylor, wide receiver, 3-year deal for him, in addition to Matt Gay, who I told you about a second ago. So in addition to whoever they take in the draft, the Raiders were busy. I don't know if it'll equate to anything. If there are Raiders fans out there, let me know what you think, how the Raiders do yesterday. They're busy. Will it help? And on its face, any help would be a big help when it comes to what the Raiders did a year ago. But anyway, that kind of remains to be seen. Steelers have traded for Michael Pittman Jr. So there's a trade that went down as well. And there were a few other, Tua got released, which we told you about. We told you about yesterday that the Falcons were interested. Well, apparently they signed him to a 1-year deal. So Tua finds a new home. And again, Mike Evans, who is kind of in the twilight of his career and had a couple of injuries that shortened his year this past year. Had a collarbone issue, had a concussion. I think he had a hamstring too. And he's 32. Signed a 3-year deal up to $60 million for the 49ers with $16 million guaranteed. So you would guess that there are a lot of incentives in there. Jawan Jennings for the 49ers is a free agent. So there's a big target for the 49ers. Again, the big news, it doesn't necessarily have to do with Chiefs, but it kind of does. Isaiah Pacheco is signing with the Lions. So on the heels of the news that Kenneth Walker III is going to sign a 3-year deal with KC, that means that perhaps, Isaiah Pacheco would get squeezed out. So he's on to Detroit. Seahawks, this one on its surface to me would have been way too rich for my blood. And that's Rashid Shaheed, signed for 3 years and $51 million. I don't know how much is guaranteed. I like that at the deadline. I'm not sure if he's worth $17 million annually to be a 2 or 3 long bomb target guy in Seattle. Now, he pairs pretty well with JSN, who's a star, but I think they probably overpaid for a guy that is better known for kickoff returns. But, I guess you pop one here and there and take the top off the defense and let JSN operate underneath. Maybe so. But I didn't think that he'd ever command that much money, but good for him that he did. 316-247-0923. If you got thoughts on Kenneth Walker, what did you think about him? What did you think about the Raiders? If you're a Raiders fan, I'd like to hear from you. 316-247-0923. What do you think about what the Raiders did yesterday? And of course, when it comes to the Chiefs, we'll talk more with Jordan Foote coming up at 1:00. But it's as much to me about who they don't have coming back as much as it is about Kenneth Walker and Travis Kelce. Those guys are no slouches, obviously, and nothing to sneeze at, re-signing Kelce in that case and signing Kenneth Walker. But the fact that they lost a lot of people on the back line of their defense to other teams, two two cornerbacks went to the Rams. But that Walker deal, you may have seen on our social. Pat put it up on Instagram and Twitter. Chiefs, 3 years, $43 million. That's the Walker deal. 28.7 is fully guaranteed, and the maximum value $45 million. Now, much has been made, and rightfully so. And I was complaining about it last year, and along with the rest of you, if you're a Chiefs fan, lack of explosive plays in the run game. In the Super Bowl and the playoffs, Walker had one after another, it seemed like. Now, the regular season, not quite as much. And he also had to shoulder a lot of the load the last probably 6 or 8 weeks because Zach Charbonnet got hurt. They were kind of, 1 and 1A. A lot of running back rooms are like that. You don't have many bell cows anymore. No, not many Christian McCaffreys out there. But Chiefs needed an upgrade any way you sliced it. And no matter what you think about the play calling, which I kind of had it up to here with every now and then when it comes to their run game. And I get it. If Pacheco and Hunt aren't giving you, gash plays and you're not able to move the sticks with those two guys, why keep beating your head against the wall? But I didn't feel like at times that whoever you want to blame, Andy or Nagy, even really tried to turn and hand it to those guys and see what happened. You take a lot of pressure off of Patrick Mahomes. You don't have to drop him back 2 out of every 3 plays. But now that they got the reigning Super Bowl MVP, I don't know if he's a perfect fit, but they needed a guy like him. And he forced a missed tackle on 30% of his touches. That was the 3rd highest rate in the NFL, according to Next Gen Stats. And will he help in the pass game? That's what I'm interested to see. Because when Charbonnet was healthy in Seattle, he wasn't on the field very often in 3rd and 7, for example. And do the Chiefs go after somebody like that? Kenneth Gainwell, for example. Now, I think he signed somewhere else, but somebody like him. And do the Chiefs restructure the deals of Creed Humphrey and Chris Jones and those that have contracts that are capable of being reworked so there's more space under the cap? Because you also have to draft. Remember, they amassed some more draft picks. So you got to, if you use all 9 picks, you got to sign all those guys too. And are they actually in the Trent Williams sweepstakes if he gets released by the 49ers? So the Chiefs had a lot of work to do. Let's be frank. But even before the draft, they're starting to. How comfortable are you with that, texters? Or invigorated or excited about what the Chiefs have done? Are you? 316-247-0923. Texter says, positive steps to the Raiders, but time will tell. Love the center signing, hopeful for the first round picks. Thank you, Texter. Yeah, that's the other thing with the Raiders too. Don't exactly have a great track record of picking people. It's one thing to go get somebody in free agency. And, frankly, if you're not good at drafting people, you got to amass talent somehow. So good on them for being busy yesterday and restocking the shelves. But it's all well and good to have a bunch of draft picks. But if they don't hit, then you're recycling those players 4 years later. And unfortunately for the Raiders, they're used to having a lot of really high round draft picks. But anyway, the Chiefs, confident Walker can give the explosive rushes. How many carries does he get? How much do they really lean on him? Whenever Patrick Mahomes is completely 100% healthy, what does that offense look like? With a guy that can be the bell cow, because he was forced to be, because he really didn't have anybody else in the backfield after Charbonnet got hurt. What are the Chiefs going to expect out of him? I'm looking forward to hearing from somebody on the Chiefs coaching staff of spilling the beans on what's expected from Kenneth Walker. Isaiah Pacheco, by the way, didn't have a single carry in which he gained 20 or more yards, and Kareem Hunt had one. We made a really big deal of that at the time. I remember bringing that up. Texter says, love the move. Saw a video clip from the Chiefs blogger yesterday that said last year the Chiefs offense faced the most light boxes of anyone else in the league. That deal with Walker combined with EB back around, hopefully a new philosophy, should go a long ways towards unlocking the Mahomes of the early days. It's a good text, Texter. Thank you. Yeah, and worth pointing out that Eric Bieniemy is back. And, a lot of has been made about him holding players accountable. That's kind of his big thing, if it's not play calling. But we'll see what it translates to. The Kelsey deal, before we move on, the Kelsey deal, 1 year, $12 million, could reach $15 million. Wanted to return for a 14th season. Now, whether it was on purpose or not, at the very outset, when he made it clear that he wanted to come back, there was some speculation that it might not necessarily be with the Chiefs, but that speculation ended pretty quickly. And the Chiefs wanted him back. Patrick Mahomes wanted him back. And I don't know would it surprise you to know that he had 76 catches for 851 yards? Or did it feel like worse than that? But he also had 45 catches that resulted in first downs, 45 out of 76. So that's the very latest, at least as far as we know. I have to check Twitter during the commercial, of free agent signings and players moving on. Isaiah Pacheco to the Lions, the very latest when it comes to Chiefs interest. 316-247-0923. When we come back, who's going to be the next K-State head coach, all the job openings in college basketball, and maybe we'll take a peek at the scoreboard, the Big 12 tournament going on in Kansas City. All that is coming up next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and Affiliates, Norfolk, Illinois.
If you're craving a taco with a touch of tradition, stop by Taco Pronto. Family owned and operated for 55 years, Taco Pronto makes all their food in-house using the freshest ingredients at prices you can't beat. Drive through today and take advantage of Taco Pronto's daily specials or grab a 12-pack of tacos for only $11.99. Taco Pronto, located at 8385 West 21st Street North, or order online at TacoProntoWichita.com.
Taco Pronto, old-fashioned service.
Today on Hey Culligan Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Hi, it's Blake Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet. And this is his father, Brian Davis, with another great special on Coors Light and Miller Lite 12-pack, 16-ounce cans, only $15.99.
And don't forget the classic Smirnoff 80-proof vodka, 1.75 liters, just $19.99.
Davis Liquor Outlet.
Each store independently owned and operated.
Wichita owned, Wichita proud.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The Phillips 66 Big 12 Men's Basketball Tournament.
This is a fun place to be every March. Kansas City.
basketball. Why not? Your home for the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City. ESPN Wichita.
So much on the line. Who doesn't love Champ Week?
Wichita's all sports leader. ESPN Wichita. 92.3 FM.
Speaking of Big 12 tournament in Kansas City, they are at the half. Very first game of the day, very first game of the tournament underway. It's number 12, Arizona State 44, number 13, Baylor 35. So Arizona State with a 9-point advantage at halftime, shooting 61% from the floor against the Baylor Bears. So 44-35 Arizona State at the moment at the half. So what does K-State, who plays later on today, do when it comes to replacing Jerome Tang and when? Certainly, I would think shortly after their season is over, which certainly is any day now, they would get on this. So who's available and who's on K-State's wish list, or at least on the top of it? Kellis Robinette from the Wichita Eagle covers the K-State beat for the Eagle, Kansas.com, says that all signs are pointing to Jared Calhoun as the front runner. He's at Utah State right now. He's 51-13 there. He is owed $1.85 million. That's his salary, which would almost certainly be doubled if K-State gets their hooks in him. His buyout is nearly $4 million, according to a copy of his contract, is according to Kellis Robinette at the Eagle. So you would think, if he's interested, that K-State could scrounge up enough money to make it worth his while. Calhoun is originally from Ohio, and Pitt apparently might covet Jared Calhoun too. More on that in a moment, and the job openings around the country. None quite as attractive as K-State in comparison. Maybe there's a couple, but we'll get to those here in just a little bit. But when it comes to K-State, it figures to be Calhoun. And then there's the case of Belmont coach Casey Alexander. Now, Belmont's in the Missouri Valley now, for those that didn't know or haven't kept up. And they got dumped early in St. Louis. And they were in the midst of a good season at 26 wins, but might miss out on the tournament altogether because of the resume. Alexander's won 73.5% of his games at Belmont. Before that, he was at Lipscomb. So if things don't work out with Calhoun, keep your eyes and ears open for the name Casey Alexander. A pretty hot name would qualify Josh Schertz, the guy at St. Louis. And if you're a K-State fan, you certainly know him or know of him. He's in Indiana State before going to St. Louis. His overall record as a head coach is 449 and 128. So the guy can really coach. But the story is that he may not be interested in the K-State job. Some reports have indicated that K-State's reached out, and he's already said no. We'll find out when officially St. Louis season's over and K-State season over. There's an assistant at Creighton that's getting a little buzz. His name's Alan Huss. His ties to Kansas City in the Midwest would make him a good candidate at K-State. But is he the head coach in waiting at Creighton, and when's Greg McDermott going to hang him up at Creighton? Huss played his high school ball in North Kansas City and has coached as an assistant at New Mexico and Creighton as well. He was a former head coach at High Point, won 56 games in 2 years there. And then a little bit further down the line, you have Chris Jans. And I heard from Pat that he heard or read that maybe Steve Forbes, Wake Forest, is in the mix. Steve Forbes and Chris Jans from New Mexico, formerly of New Mexico State, Mississippi State, both former Shocker assistants under Greg Marshall. So we'll see if they kick the tires on those two guys. And also, this one for me is kind of a head scratcher, not because he's not a good coach, but because he's stayed put at Northern Iowa for 20 years, and that's Ben Jacobson. Charleston coach Chris Mack of Xavier fame, and then losing at Louisville. He's at Charleston, and they've won 20 games in consecutive seasons. Northern Iowa, of course, you Shocker fans know, Shockers beat them earlier this year, and Northern Iowa went on to win the Missouri Valley Conference tournament, so they're going dancing. And he's been at UNI for 20 years, and it surprises me. This is according to the Eagles article written by Kellis Robinette, that Jacobson would covet a bigger job. Who knows how much interest there really is from K-State's perspective, but also who knows how many no's they're going to get from candidates that they like more than Ben Jacobson if they like him at all. But I'm just surprised that, and he hasn't won every single year at Northern Iowa, but if he wanted to move on and he was interested in a, quote, bigger job, unquote, I would have thought he'd have one by now. But anyway, so there are some names to maybe keep in mind when it comes to the next K-State head coach. And when they move on this, and certainly they got to wait till the current season is officially over, even though it's been over for a while. And Matthew Driscoll leading the team into the Big 12 tournament where they play BYU later on. And again, game one is going on right now. It's at the half, and Arizona State, actually their early second half now. It's underway in the second half. Arizona State taking on Baylor in the 12-13 game. Besides the K-State job, which ones are open and which ones are the most attractive? Jerome Tang's dismissal was probably before all of these guys. Well, all but one that I'm about to tell you about. The only one that we knew about before Jerome Tang was a month earlier. Marvin Menzies, the coach at Kansas City, announced that he would finish the season, but that would be it. And since then, the Roos hired Mark Turgeon. So that takes care of that. And then February 17, to be precise, not too long after Jerome Tang takes K-State to the Elite Eight in his first season in 2022-23. Cats failed to reach the NCAA tournament the next two seasons and was a disaster this year for various reasons. And Gene Taylor has decided to move on in a different direction. And it'll also be interesting, besides who's the next head coach there, will K-State pull off the firing Tang for cause thing after he called out his players on a press conference when they no-showed against Cincinnati? This one went under the radar for me. For one, that Steve Lavin was still coaching, but the next day after Tang was cut loose, Steve Lavin, it was announced, is done at San Diego. He carried out the rest of the year, but the former UCLA and St. John's coach is 46-79 at San Diego. They were 11-17 this year. So San Diego job open. Air Force job, Joe Scott got into a little bit of hot water with how he was treating his players. He has 10 total years coaching at the Air Force Academy, went 97-183 altogether. He coached in the early 2000s there and then came back for a second tour of duty. So the Air Force job is open. Wayne Tinkle At Oregon State, the university now announced they were moving on from him at the end of the season, which is upon us for Oregon State. I think they lost last night. So Oregon State's job's open. The curious case of Billy Gillespie, who has probably coached his last game at Tarleton. Well, he has at Tarleton, but maybe his last game, period. The school announced he won't come back next year. He's been a victim of health issues for quite a while now. Mid-January, it was announced that he had health issues. He's previously placed on administrative leave earlier in the season while being investigated in the fall after an anonymous complaint. Numerous health issues over the years. Also cited health for his resignation from Texas Tech 14 years ago. He missed most of 2023-24 due to blood pressure issues and was diagnosed with kidney failure 9 years ago. So Billy Gillespie is a walking MASH unit and out at Tarleton State, and you wonder about him moving forward just health-wise. Tennessee Tech moved on from John Pelfrey. Lamar in March announced that Alvin Brooks won't be back. Kim English, here's the other one. Here's the other big one probably besides K-State. Kim English will not return to Providence next year. They were 42-49 under English. He started at Mizzou. A lot of you will realize in 2008 to 2012 as a player. And then he was a head coach at George Mason from 2021 to 2023 before taking the job at Providence. So Kim English is a free agent, and Providence will be looking for a new coach. So will St. Bonaventure, as their coach is retiring after 19 years. Ball State fired Michael Lewis. Northern Illinois got a job opening, so there's a couple in the MAC. And Damon Stoudemire, I guess I didn't realize this. Damon Stoudemire was at Georgia Tech. He lasted 3 years there. Their season ended with a 3-point loss to Clemson, and they finished the year 11-20, including 12 straight losses. So that didn't work out between Stoudemire and Georgia Tech. Another MAC school, Western Michigan, looking for a coach. They fired Dwayne Stevens. Earl Grant, the former Shocker assistant, is out at Boston College. So there's at least a Power 4 school that's got a job opening. Grant went 72-92 in 5 years there, 4-14 in the ACC. And finally, the last couple, Mike Jones, UNC Greensboro, Darrell Walker at Arkansas Little Rock. So there are a handful of jobs open. There are only a few that have any twinkle to them when it comes to really quote unquote big time gigs. And the one we're certainly watching most closely will be what Kansas State does in replacing Jerome Tang in Manhattan. A little bit later on today, after the Arizona State Baylor game is over, Utah and Cincinnati will go at it in the first round at T-Mobile Center. So that'll be game number 2 of the day. And then K-State, BYU, the Cats and the Cougs go at it in the night session in Kansas City. And the nightcap tonight on day 1 will be Oklahoma State and Colorado. Those guys are on the KU side of the bracket, Oklahoma State and Colorado. So the winner of that game will play TCU, and then the winner of that game will play KU. Speaking of which, a little bit later on in the week, here's what you got to look forward to when it comes to some play-by-play. Starting tonight, West Coast Conference championship game, 8 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. We are thrilled to bring you postseason basketball from the college ranks here on the channel. And it starts with the WCC championship tonight. Then the KU pregame on Thursday as they play an opponent to be determined. That will be at 6 o'clock. We do know that. Night game, the late game in Kansas City. And if they win, it'll be the same time, same channel, Friday night. But one way or the other, we'll bring you both semis at 6 and 8:30 coming up on Friday. So we'll be getting down to the nitty-gritty by then, and we will have the Big 12 tournament for you right here on the channel, 6 and 8:30. And then we'll crown a champion on Saturday, and we'll have that one for you right here as well. That will be in the midst of, and right smack in the middle of, SEC semis and the ACC championship game. All those games can be heard right here, including the Big 12 championship game. And then on Sunday, we'll crown an SEC champion. That game will go down at noon, followed by the American. So Wichita State, cross your fingers. Might be able to hear Wichita State right here on the channel if they can take down whoever they play on Saturday and would square off with either USF or whoever's on that side of the bracket and survives the American gauntlet. And then after that, we'll have the selection show for you, 5 o'clock. So you don't need to go anywhere when it comes to the next, especially starting Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll have all kinds of college basketball action for you. We'll be getting auto bids taken care of. I'll let you know who's punching their ticket, as they say. And there were already a couple of teams that did that last night. And again, we'll crown a WCC champion tonight at 8 o'clock, which you can hear right here on ESPN Wichita. Troy and Furman are the very latest. They won last night in the Sun Belt and the SoCon, respectively. So they join a growing group, but still small. There are the auto bids that have already been taken care of. Queens out of the A-Sun, Queens out of North Carolina, they're going dancing. High Point went out of the Big South. Northern Iowa, we already told you that, out of the Missouri Valley. Long Island, Tennessee State. Summit League champ is North Dakota State. And Troy and Furman, the next two to be crowned. And somebody from the West Coast Conference will join them a little bit later on tonight. You can hear it right here on the channel. We need to get to the Twitter question. It's brought to you by Top Golf today. We'll tell you more about that. It has to do with Kyler Murray. So hook us up. Go over and vote and repost, and we'll give away some golf stuff. That's coming up next.
March Madness means great matchups.
Plant driving right. Lob for Brazil and a two-hand slam. Johnny's can't contain the dribble drive. It is punishing every time as these guards for the Razorbacks continually getting downhill to the promised land.
John Calipari's 10th seed Arkansas squad upset Rick Pitino's 2nd seeded St. John's team in a memorable meeting of the two Hall of Fame coaches. Hear Westwood One's coverage of this year's great NCAA tournament matchups right here.
O'Reilly. Replace your wiper blades and save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Beam blade technology improves windshield contact for maximum visibility. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'Reillyauto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Nothing beats March Madness. The pure sound of a swish, the rattle of a slam dunk, the fans on their feet for the big moments. And the action just keeps getting better until a national champion is crowned. Hear all the action with Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the NCAA men's and women's tournaments right here.
The road to the Final Four starts here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Twitter question. Time for that right now. 9 minutes away from Jordan Foote and Jordan's Juicy Takes. But first, Topgolf Twitter question. And if you're looking for the perfect venue to host your next big event in Wichita, look no further than Topgolf. Whether it's a corporate event, client appreciation night, birthday bash, fundraiser, tournament, whatever, Topgolf Wichita has got you covered. We got you covered with some free stuff from there. Tee off your next event with Topgolf today. Visit Topgolf Wichita online or call 316-394-4057 to reserve your date. Again, that's 394-4057. Topgolf Twitter question. Before we tell you what it is, if you want to win some swag from Topgolf, got a tumbler for you, got a gift card also, then text the word golf to our text line, 316-247-0923. We'll give you some free stuff from our good friends at Topgolf, and we do so every Tuesday. So text the word golf to our text line number, 316-247-0923, and we'll hook you up. So the question has to do with Kyler Murray, and I got a little lucky because he hasn't gone anywhere yet. It hasn't been announced that, well, he hasn't officially been released, I don't think either. So that has helped my case for this question to be decent, at least on Twitter, because it hasn't already been answered. But question is, where is Kyler Murray going to end up? New York Jets, Minnesota Vikings, Pittsburgh Steelers, or Sacramento A's? Is he going to go back and play baseball? That's not the burning question, but what's the fit with Kyler Murray, and where would that be? And I know he was a first rounder, with the A's, obviously, and he hasn't been a bust playing football. I don't think. Wasn't healthy last year, barely played, and the Cardinals apparently are going to give up on him, and he's going to test the waters. We talked to Jordan Foote about this last week as far as what should he do as far as exploring his options. Foote and I both agreed that it would probably be, if he signs with another team, 1 year deal, and then go through the process again. Kind of a prove it to me thing, which I understand, makes some sense wherever he goes. The vast majority of you think he's going to Minnesota. 75.7%, 13.5% say the Steelers, and then 5.4% say either the Jets or he's going to go play baseball. So if you go to the Vikings, what kind of a chance do you give them to win the starting job from J.J. McCarthy? McCarthy's had a hard time staying healthy too. And so will he be willing to, at this point in his career, go somewhere and hold the clipboard if it comes right down to it? Or has he, Dylan, does he have enough cachet? Is he going good enough to command a starting spot somewhere?
No, I don't. I think if he goes anywhere, which is likely Minnesota, it'll be a contest, but I think he would probably be the leader in the clubhouse in that contest. I'd probably think he would have a better chance than McCarthy at this point, because bringing him in on its own for Minnesota means that you're not really feeling great about that McCarthy pick anymore. So I think he would be the leader of the clubhouse to win that starting job, but he would not be named a starter right away.
Right. That's interesting. And the jury's still out on J.J. McCarthy, although you could certainly use injuries as a reason or an excuse. But I guess I'm a little more bullish on Kyler Murray and his NFL future. He's got a unique skill set. I know he's not very big, but he's fast and he's got a decent arm. I like him.
Yeah. Yeah, he can scamper with the best of them. I like calling it scampering with him.
He does scamper.
Scrambling, he scampers.
Yeah, he looks like a cartoon character when he runs. It's kind of funny. All right, there you go. There's that. You got your Top Golf Twitter question out there. It's still going to be up there for quite a while. So head on over there, vote, repost, give us your opinion on it. Write in if you want. John has done so again. He says, would you really go to the Jets if these were your options? I might go play baseball overseas instead. I hear Japan has better internet for gamers. Huh. A good one. A's aren't going to let him go to Japan, John. They're going to squeeze every last drop out of Kyler before they give up on him because they haven't even gotten any production at all out of him in baseball. All right, there you go. There's that. There's hour number one. The latest from Kansas City. It is a 14-point game. Spoiler, sorry. If you don't want to know the result or what's going on between Arizona State and Baylor, I apologize. But Arizona State has led since it was 2-0. And they are up 12 at the moment with 11:39 left to go. First game of the day in Kansas City. The next one will be basically at the conclusion of this show. 2:00, we'll have Utah and Cincinnati. Utah is the 16. I think Cincinnati is the 9. So that'll be the next game in Kansas City. And we'll let you know what happens in the meantime at the SWAC tournament. That one's still going on. And first round of the ACC tournament's going on in Charlotte. So we got that to keep our eyes on too. When we come back, it'll be time for Jordan's Juicy Takes, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Jordan Foote joins us coming up next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Off the window, counted in a foul.
ESPN Wichita is bringing you a full week of college basketball action leading up to March Madness. We'll have exclusive live play-by-play of the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City, plus the ACC and Big 10 tournament championship games. And it all leads to our Selection Sunday special, right here on your home for college basketball. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Eaton Roofing and Exteriors loves being a part of the Kansas landscape. Since 1993, they've repaired or installed residential roofing on thousands of Kansas homes. And whether you've had storm damage or you're ready for a new, current, weather-hardy roof, you can trust Eaton Roofing and Exteriors for expert advice about the right roof for your performance needs, budget, and neighborhood covenants. Call the local Eaton experts today at 316-943-0600 or visit EatonRoofing.com.
Thank you.
And exteriors.
Seven Clans First Council Casino and Resort is turning 18, and we're cranking up the action in March with the hottest seats yet. $500 hot seats on Thursday, $1,000 hot seats on Friday, $1,500 hot seats on Saturday. All you have to do is earn entries on your Seven Clans Players card to be eligible to win. It's not all every Saturday. We're giving away a different grand prize, a side-by-side golf cart, vacation getaway, and $15,000 in cash. It's easy to see why winners play here. It's our 18th birthday. Here's taking home the spoils. Seven Clans First Council Casino and Resort.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKJQ Tournament is taking over Charles Koch Arena, and the road to a championship runs through you. Semifinals on March 30th. 2 games, 1 ticket. Then it all comes down to the championship game, April 1st at 6 p.m. All session tickets are just $40. Single session seats are only $22. Groups of 10 start at just $10 a ticket. This is March basketball. This is Wichita. This is WBIT. Grab your seats now at GoShockers.com/tickets.
ESPN Wichita is bringing you a full week of college basketball action leading up to March Madness. We'll have exclusive live play-by-play of the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City, and it all leads to our Selection Sunday special to kick off March Madness right here on your home for college basketball. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Championship Week on ESPN Wichita is presented by Janie King, Davis Liquor Outlet, and Prochaska Howell and Prochaska Law.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. What, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ Newton.
Time for Jordan's Juicy Takes. Yet again, Jordan Foote joining us. His appearance brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Sports fans know the best games deserve the best food, and nothing beats Booth Creek Wagyu, raised right here in Kansas. Whether it's burgers on the grill, steak night at home, or tailgating before the big game, BCW brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience. Head by there, 21st and Webb here in Wichita, or you can order online, boothcreekwagyu.com. If you head by there, they got samples for you. Ask for Jeannie. Tell them we sent you. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Well, it's there's a couple of official moves that the Chiefs are either going to make or have made, Jordan, and we speculated about a few of them over the last couple of weeks, but I first want to get your opinion and reaction on the Kenneth Walker III signing. It's a 3-year deal worth $43 million and nearly $29 million guaranteed. First of all, how do you feel about the move, the money involved, and anything else you've been able to dig up about this one?
Shane, I went through and I've graded all 5 of the moves they made on Monday, or I guess technically are going to make it legal tampering, not legal tampering. When you see Kenneth Walker posting his Chiefs jersey on the Instagram story, you're like, okay, so maybe there's a little bit of tampering along the way happening, but that's the case with all 32 NFL teams. So 3 years, $43.05 million. He can get up to 45 with, I'm guessing, some sort of incentives. That puts him 4th among all running backs in average annual value. The $28.7 million guaranteed, most ever for a free agent running back, number 3 among current running backs. So the Chiefs made it very clear they are going to go get their guy. And everyone all along said that it was a foregone conclusion that it was Travis Etienne, which I think is kind of a larger commentary on how little everyone knows, myself included, in the grand scheme of things. We're all just kind of guessing along the way. But with Kenneth Walker, you're getting an elusive, explosive halfback, top 2 in missed tackles forced per carry each of the last 3 seasons. 30% of his touches he forced a missed tackle on per NFL Pro. Chiefs, one of the worst, if not the worst, in creating explosive runs from their running back. He's one of the best at that. He can also catch the ball fairly well. I don't know why people think that just because you can run pretty well and you're explosive there, it doesn't translate to the receiving game. But he's 98th percentile in target rate, 86th percentile yards per route run. This is a guy that does fit a lot of what the Chiefs need. But on the flip side, also kind of a questionable fit. He didn't do terrifically well on runs from the shotgun. The Chiefs obviously tend to do that quite a bit. 39th out of 49 running backs with at least 100 carries in success rate last year. 10% of his runs got stuffed behind the line of scrimmage. Kareem Hunt was at 3.7%. Isaiah Pacheco was at 5.9%. So all of that's a long road to a short path. I think the floor of the Chiefs offense did get better overall. It's going to be lower in certain instances. There will be undoubtedly many frustrating moments with Kenneth Walker. But there's also going to be just a boatload of exciting plays that he makes. So you take all of that, you wrap it up in a top 5 payday for a running back and really a top 4 payday. I can't quite give it an A-, but I think it's a really, really solid B+ that the Chiefs definitely needed to do.
And I think most of Chiefs Kingdom saw a good amount of Kenneth Walker after Zach Charbonnet got hurt. It was pretty much his show for about the last 6 weeks or so, and definitely in the playoffs. So we barely saw anybody else. What are you anticipating the Chiefs doing next when it comes to pairing him with somebody else in the backfield? Because we can't just assume that Kenneth Walker is going to be the bell cow, can we?
Nah, I don't think so. It makes sense to me, and I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen. This is not a source report or anything of the sort. It just makes sense that Kareem Hunt's eventually going to find his way back to the Chiefs. Like, if he is playing football in 2026, I would assume it's going to be part of the Kansas City Chiefs. Maybe you let Brashard Smith get a little bit more of the gadgety type plays. Like, you can piecemeal together 20 plus touches for that running back room and not feel bad about it. And if the plan is, let's say Kenneth Walker, Kareem Hunt on late downs, being a pass blocker, a capable guy who knows the offense, you expand Brashard Smith's role a little bit. Maybe you draft a late running back. I just don't think that this class is worth going for anybody in the first couple rounds unless his name is Jeremiah Love. So you can get a value guy and make him your third down type player, maybe what you wanted Elijah Mitchell to be when they signed him. But I would be surprised if they added anyone, I guess you could say, more notable, more productive in that role than somebody like Kareem Hunt.
So now, since we know what we know, we need to read the tea leaves when it comes to the draft. Does that lead you to believe that the Chiefs didn't think Jeremiah Love would be there at 9, or did that maybe not enter into the equation?
No, I don't think it mattered in the equation too much. Now, if it comes out in, let's say, 2 months from now, once the draft is settled, or even a year or two, that the Chiefs had him really, really high on their board and found out that another team did too, then maybe that's the case. But I don't think with the information that we do have at this moment, especially considering that the Chiefs still need a wide receiver, I think. They still need a defensive end, at least one. Like, they have ample needs elsewhere. They still need a slot cornerback, although I don't think that would be in play at 9 unless you're getting a Caleb Downs and forcing him into that role. But I would just lean that they had their guy that's proven, that is still young enough to where it makes sense, that brings all of the traits they needed into their offense, and they didn't want to leave it up to chance for the NFL draft. And that's kind of been Brett Veach's MO. We've used this line pretty much every week for the past several. He doesn't enjoy going into the draft with a clear need where he says, I have to use this pick to get a day one starting talent. Now he can check one more of those positions off the box.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. Jalen Watson, Trent McDuffie, Josh Williams, Brian Cook, all gone, right?
Yeah.
So
it's pretty shocking.
Now at 9, is your hand forced that it needs to be a defensive back of some sort?
I don't think quite. And the Alofi Gilman signing from Baltimore, I think you're paying him. He's getting like starter level money. His average annual value is 26th among all safeties. The guaranteed is 16th. He has the experience of someone who, for me, the high end outcome for him, and I gave this one a B+ for my grade, it's 2023. He played 660 snaps as a free safety, 170 in the box, 92 in the slot. He had 10 pass breakups, a few forced fumbles, a couple interceptions. That was all in 14 games. He had 20 plus stops, which is one of the NFL Pro stats I like, that kind of factors in how you're impacting the game overall, especially around the line of scrimmage. 20 plus in 2 of the past 3 years. So you're getting a player that can help on the back end. He is smaller. He's only 5'10", I think, just over 200 pounds. The short area stuff pre-draft was not great. I think he's more of a lateral athlete than just a straight up plant my foot and trigger downhill type guy. He misses a lot of tackles. That is something that's going to frustrate people. And the coverage stuff year to year varies quite a bit. He is no different. So all of that said, you have Jaden Hicks, you have Chamari Connor, you have Chris Roland Wallace. I think this signing makes you not necessitate that they play very well. But on the flip side of that, no McDuffie, no Watson. You need Christian Fulton to bounce back and showcase that the last few games of the 2025 campaign were not a fluke. You need Noah Williams to show that the sample size he had as a rookie was not a fluke. And we keep saying every year, it's not a proven, guaranteed thing. You shouldn't take it for granted that Steve Spagnuolo and Dave Merritt can turn guys into productive cornerbacks. And this is going to be the breaking point this year. If they can do it, it's going to be great. But there's absolutely a world where even if you do spend a top draft pick at the cornerback spot and Roland Wallace can be a nickel or Shamari Connors somehow figures it out there and they put him back there, like there is absolutely a world where Noah Williams kind of struggles a bit as a sophomore. Christian Fulton either doesn't produce a ton or gets hurt, and then the Chiefs are paying the price for trying to piecemeal together the cornerback position.
So true or false, having said that, a starting cornerback next year will be a rookie and likely be drafted on day 2.
Oh, man, I think it's fun. And that throws another thing in there because, like, it's Jermod McCoy from Tennessee, and I don't think he's going to be there towards the end of round 1. But he, with the injury stuff and not working out at the combine and all of that, he's too good of a talent to not pass up, I think, if he's there at 29. But I'm still going to lean no. I think that they do figure out a way to bring in maybe some sort of veteran. Maybe it's a Roger McCreary, a Chidobe Awuzie, like guys who can play in the slot. The Packers released somebody, I believe it was Nate Hobbs earlier, who could do that. So there are veteran options out there. They won't break the bank. I do think the Chiefs will take a rookie cornerback at some point. Maybe it is on day 2, but all of that combining to have them start at some point, I think that's probably not quite where I'm willing to go yet.
Let me catch you flat-footed here. Are you familiar with Avion Terrell from Clemson? He's a cornerback. Do you know him?
I'm vaguely aware of Avion. I think he's still going to be a first-round pick, but I don't think that he's one of those guys he's a Chiefs-style cornerback where he can be super competitive. He has a mean streak. He has had some good showcases in coverage, but I'm not fully confident that he'd be the pick at 29.
Okay. We can circle back to that a little bit closer to time, obviously. Jordan Foote joining us at Footnoted on Twitter. Really good follow, regardless of the sport you like, because Foote's all over the board when it comes to his opinions, hot sports opinions on sports. Travis Kelce, 1 year, $12 million. Your thoughts?
I like it. Now, the downside, and I'm going to get that out of the way first, the rumblings, I think it was James Palmer, and I don't believe this report personally, but he posted it, that the Chiefs felt he was underutilized last year, and I really just don't believe that that's the case. I think the offense, you are tying yourself to making him one of the very top options on the team, and this is not me roasting Patrick Mahomes by any stretch, but there were plenty of instances, and we've even talked about him, where Mahomes just kind of went to old reliable and it didn't work.
Yeah.
Either they weren't quite on the same page anymore, or Kelce couldn't make the plays he used to, or he was dropping the ball, or Mahomes ignored somebody who was open. So you're taking the good with the bad there. And if there aren't any void years used, you are taking up a pretty considerable chunk of the cap for this year. And the Chiefs probably don't have much, if any, money left pending any other further moves that they're making. But for a guy who's going to be the 9th highest paid tight end on the base salary, if it gets to the full 15, he's up to number 5. He was 3rd in EPA among tight ends last year. Like, he's still one of the best in the game. His yards per reception, highest in a few years. Yards after catch per reception, one of the highest in a few years. Like, he was objectively much, much better in 2025 than he was in 2024. So even with the, I guess you can label it as a downside with him, that's an easy A signing that keeps them from entertaining a Kenyon Sadiq or making a trade or overpaying like a David Njoku. I think with the wide receiver need that they had and the running back need, that this is just a no-brainer as soon as he was ready to come back.
2 other signings, one on defense, one on offense. They welcome back a wide receiver, 2-year deal for Thornton, and they sign in a 3-year deal a defensive tackle from the Patriots, Tonga. Your reaction first on the defensive side of the ball, 3 years, $21 million for a defensive tackle. What do you think?
It's Tonga time, Shane. It is. Like, that was coming in. So when I was at the SI side back in 2020 and 2021, that draft, he was like one of my guys. I was like, I think this dude is going to be a productive player in the NFL. Coming out of BYU, like when I was hosting the Roughing the Kicker podcast, me and Tucker Franklin, we would say once a week it felt that it was Tonga time. Like, I was just very high on him and thought that he would find his way into a defensive line rotation. He's done even a little bit more than I expected. I gave it a B just because of the considerable investment. Like, I think it does impact how in they were / can be at defensive end. He's going to be 30 later this offseason. He's never been a full-time player. But with that said, played a career high in snaps last year, a few more than Derek Nottie did for the Chiefs. So you're kind of getting that, I think, direct replacement. 3 years, $21 million. That third year seems to be very cuttable, which is nice. PFF's number 38, interior defensive lineman. He can occupy double teams. He's a 330, 340 pounder, offers more as a pass rusher than I think a lot of people expect. Just because when you're labeled a run stuffer, people think that doesn't mean you can't do a little bit of both. So you're finally investing in the, I guess, running mate for Chris Jones that isn't a Kershawn Morton. That's unconventional, maybe. This is more of a traditional what Steve Spagnuolo wants. And if it was a little bit cheaper, fine. But I think that he's just outside the top 40 for defensive tackles and fully guaranteed money. And that's a pretty fitting deal. So I think it's a 2 thumbs up for me.
How about Tyquan Thornton, 2 years?
Yeah, with how minimal they spent. Like Tutu Atwell got 1 year, $10 million from the Rams last year. Khalif Raymond got $5 million, just over that for his signing today. Wide receivers are getting handed out money like candy. So 2 for 11.
How about Rashid Shaheed? Do you ever think he'd get a $51 million deal? I talked about that earlier. I was blown away he got that kind of money.
I was in a group chat and someone said, would you rather give him 3 at $14 million per year or like Romeo Dobbs at $18 million per year? I said, I'd give Romeo Dobbs like $25 million per year before I'd pay Shaheed 14. I just don't think that he is objectively a good player. I think he's a gimmicky, gadgety. He's not $17 million, and he can swing a game in your favor, but I'm not paying him that. So for Tyquan, yes, I think it is absolutely true. A 27-yard average depth of target, a coin flip in success rate and catch rate. This was the first year that he had a catch rate over expectation that was in the positive. It was 5%. The 3 years before were -8, -7, and -10. So it was a very outlier season for him. And on one hand, you can say the Chiefs developed him into the guy. Maybe he just got more opportunities. But for what he did, what he brought the Chiefs offense, all of the kind of media circus from even Radio Row of he wanted to go get targets. He wanted to be able to run freely and fully get immersed in the offense. All of that led me to believe no chance he was coming back to the Chiefs. I just chalked it up to they're going to bring back Juju. They're going to draft the guy early and call it a day. They got immense value. I think this may not be the most impactful move that they made, but it got an easy A+ for me just because of what he did. And I think what he can do if they give him a little bit more of a workload next season.
Speaking of Romeo Dobbs, just reported by Jeremy Fowler, he's going to the Patriots.
Nice. That actually tracks. Did he report money on that yet?
Not yet. Nope.
That makes a ton of sense. And I saw that they were in on A.J. Brown. It's probably my fault because I was on Do Not Disturb mode, so I haven't got push notifications. But Romeo is a good player. I think he can help. Like, it said a lot that they released Stephon Diggs and were okay just kind of sitting for a minute and waiting. And they're a classic, like, they're going to go from 14 wins to maybe 10 next season, and they could potentially still be a better team, just kind of adjusting for the schedule and everything like that. But they desperately needed a guy like Dobbs. And if the Chiefs were going to sign any quote unquote noteworthy, like top flight guy, even before Mike Evans signed, before all the movement, he was easily the only one that I thought made sense for the Chiefs.
Here's one for you. Adam Schefter reporting the Raiders are sending Geno Smith and a 7th rounder to the Jets in exchange for a 6th rounder and per ESPN sources. So a reunion with the Jets, a trade. How about that?
I have a good buddy who is a massive Jets fan. And the group chat, as I'm sure plenty of yours were yesterday, was very active.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking, we have a jersey bet thing every year where we'll go and when our teams play each other, there's a big bet. And one of the buddies said, okay, well, I'm a Raiders fan. Let's do a jersey bet this year. The Jets are having a really good day. They signed multiple defensive linemen. They were just making moves all over the place. He said, well, I have a weird feeling that Geno might have like a revenge game and could be back with the Jets. So I'm going to wait to make that jersey bet happen. And I ha-ha'd the text and said, no way they're going to do something like that. And, sure enough, that's the nature of the NFL.
Okay. So this kind of ties in with my Twitter question today. Now that Geno's going to the Jets and it hadn't been made official yet, I may have asked you this last week because we were expecting at some point Kyler Murray to be cut loose by the Cardinals. If and when that happens, where do you think he goes now?
I think Minnesota makes a ton of sense for him because as big of a fan of JJ, that fit I was coming out of the draft. And as much as I didn't want to give up on him last season, he got better. Yes, I think there's still maybe something there, but you can't have that be your only plan. And although I'm not a huge Kyler Murray guy, I think that team is close enough to being a playoff team and quote unquote contending that if you make a switch mid-season, Kyler, you're getting him on the minimum because he has the offsets in his deal, kind of like Tua did with the Dolphins. That just screams Kyler Murray to me. And if it wasn't them, it was New York. So that kind of makes me lean even further over there.
Draft notwithstanding, because they've got quite a bit of capital, but they always manage to kind of screw it up. But how much better yesterday did the Raiders get, did you think?
I'm going to be honest, not a whole lot. I do think they got better. And I remember last week I said that they could be a frisky, annoying 7 type win team where you just don't really want to play them in their Class 6 Raiders. And I still stand by that, but I don't think they're much closer to contention. And the Linderbaum contract just shocked me. And I was waiting on it to be one of those, okay, we get the sticker price, but then we see how it's set up and you feel a heck of a lot better. And I didn't feel a heck of a lot better. I think that they're just very desperate to kind of button mash right now and make different things work. So they did improve. Don't get me wrong. They are objectively an improved team, but are they close to making the playoffs? I still think that is a little bit away.
Jets, by the way, according to Shefty, now have number 2, 16, 33, and 44 as far as picks this year. And they got 3 first-round picks next year. So if this is just a 1-year stopgap, I guess that would make some sense. But boy, life comes at you quick, doesn't it? Because it wasn't that long ago that didn't Geno Smith get clocked in the locker room by a teammate once upon a time?
Yeah. No. Yep. And it was not too long ago. It was 12 months that I probably came on here and said the Raiders were going to be back because Geno was really fun with Seattle and a great story. It's just hilarious how quickly the NFL changes. And again, the Jets yesterday, fantastic day. I thought they had one of, if not the best free agent days of any team. Now we're kind of just scratching our heads over Geno Smith and what they're going to do for the quarterback spot. So never a dull moment in the NFL, but that's also why we like it.
Absolutely. That's why we like talking to you, Jordan. We every once in a while, we get lucky enough to break some news and react to it in real time. And it happened again today. How about those 2 signings and trades? That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, the transition from nothing happening at all to everything all at once. It's the best league in the world. I don't care what people say.
Jordan's Juicy Takes brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu. Jordan, good stuff yet again. We'll talk again next week. Appreciate you.
Yep, you too, buddy.
1:24 is the time. When we come back, we need to talk about a couple of basketball games that are going on. One in Kansas City is almost over with. It's the very first game of the day in the Big 12 tournament. It's number 12 versus number 13. We'll tell you what that score is. And how about the bungling of the all Big 12 team? One guy that was on it and one guy that wasn't, that I don't get. Plus, Kenyon Giles' love continues to come in from the American. We'll talk about that when we return. It's 1:25.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hey, it is Crosswinds Casino's 5th anniversary. Join us to celebrate all month long and win your share of $18,000 in wins play on Saturdays during the Fab 5 Frenzy. Earn entries starting March 1st, so it's already going on out there at Crosswinds Casino. Then you can play with your club wins card Saturdays from noon to 8 p.m. as 2 lucky winners will be drawn every hour to each win $250 in wins play. So don't miss Crosswinds 5th anniversary. Crosswinds Casino is turning 5 and celebrate, and your share of $18,000 in wins play is on the line. So close, so fun. Visit crosswindscasino.com.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalize this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Nachos! Yeah, you nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Hey, this is Blake Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet. And this is Brian Davis with another great special on Twisted Tea 12-pack cans, only $16.99.
Plus, for you wine lovers, snag a 750 ml of Noble Vines Pinot Grigio for just $8.99.
Davis Liquor Outlet, each store independently owned and operated. Neighborhood locations with superstore pricing.
The Phillips 66 Big 12 Men's Basketball Tournament.
This is a fun place to be every March. Kansas City.
Basketball. Why not? You're home for the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City. ESPN Wichita.
So much on the line. Who doesn't love Champ Week?
Wichita's all sports leader. ESPN Wichita. 92.3 FM.
Coming up here in a little bit, we got old Dylan Brett in for Jack Johnson today. And then we'll hand you off to the Pulse with Pat Strathman. He's on location today. He is at American Shaman Wichita at 21st and Rock. So head by there and see him. He'll be there from 2 to 4 doing the show from out there. A trio of Shockers earned all conference honors out of the American. To no one's surprise, first team all conference selection, Kenyon Giles. Shockers have had a first team selection for the second straight season. Giles, in addition to getting first team all conference, was a unanimous pick for the all newcomer team. Will Berg was named the American sixth man of the year, and Karan Boyd was third team all conference. Giles second in the American at 19.4 points per game, leading the league in 3-pointers, 3-point attempts. Fifth Shocker to be named first team since Shockers joined the American. Giles broke the single season 3-point record with 105 this season. That's good for 15th nationally. And so congratulations to him. After starting the first 10 games of the year, Berg has come off the bench for the last 20, and he joins Ricky Council the fourth as sixth man of the year in the conference. Berg a little under 9 points, a little over 8 rebounds, 26 block shots. Wichita State heads to Birmingham on Thursday. They'll play Saturday. And after the triple bye, getting that number 2 seed, they'll play at 4:00 Central Time on ESPN2. Player of the year, by the way, was Isaiah Nelson from South Florida. He was also the defensive player of the year. Isaiah Nelson was. Most improved, Devin Vanterpool from FAU. Newcomer, also Isaiah Nelson. So he's bringing home a lot of hardware. So Wichita State gets some good representation on, obviously, the all-newcomer team. Unanimous vote for Giles. First team, Giles. Third team, Boyd. Sixth man of the year, Berg. That brings us to the Big 12. And I got a couple of issues with the Big 12 all-conference team. And I normally don't really care. But I thought there was a couple of moves or a couple of decisions, I guess, that were really head-scratching. And I think the one that jumps off the page is P.J. Haggerty, honorable mention. Is this so tied to winning games that we can't honor one of the most gifted players in the league because he played on the number 15 team out of 16 in the conference? Arizona racked up a bunch of them, and rightfully so. But, man, P.J. Haggerty, there's like 12 guys that are better. More than that. Let's see. Let's count them, shall we? 3, 6, 9, 10. 10 on the first team. 5 on the second team. 5 on the third team. So there's at least 20 players that had a better year than P.J. Haggerty, according to the Big 12. Bull. KU got hooked up pretty well. Flory Badunga, first team all Big 12, and defensive player of the year, Flory Badunga. Freshman, AJ DeBanza, okay. Newcomer of the year, Melvin Council for Kansas. So, and defensive player of the year, as we just said. I actually have a problem with Darren Peterson being on the second team. Why is that, do you think? Well, the easy answer would be he didn't play all that often compared to all the guys on the first team. But when he did, I mean, most of the time his play spoke for itself. Maybe the only exception, Arizona State. But is everybody else not given a mulligan for one game? He's either one of the best players in the Big 12 or he's not. So if he's going to be on the second team, like I said, I don't want to raise a big stink about this, but if he's not on first team, then he shouldn't be in there at all. If it's because of his availability and playing time and whatever. That's the only thing I can come up with of why Darren Peterson is second team and AJ DeBanza, for example, is first team. Kingston Flemings, same. To take nothing away from him, the Houston freshman. And those guys on the first team, DeBanza, Flemings, and JT Toppin were unanimous. Unanimous first teamers. Christian Anderson from Tech, Flory, Joshua Jefferson from Iowa State, Emmanuel Sharp from Houston, and then 3 guys from Arizona were on the first team. I'll just stop right there. Coach of the year, Tommy Lloyd. Congratulations to him. No surprise there. Player of the year, Jaden Bradley from Arizona. But P.J. Haggerty, who averaged 23 points per game on 49% shooting and 34.5% from 3. Added 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and over 1 steal in 35 minutes per game. That I don't get. He's 4th in the country in scoring, and he's honorable mention all Big 12. If somebody can explain that to me, I would love to hear it. 316-247-0923. Okay, so we're taking care of the American. There's the Big 12. If you go into the Big 12 tournament, You may or may not know your favorite team has an item from the concession stand tied to it. Organizers have announced several new fan experiences this year. They have a photo booth, fan trading card creation, some giveaways, merchandise pop-ups. But the Big 12 also released a menu with school-specific items that will be available. So I won't go through all of them, but if you're a Houston fan, you've got Shasta's brisket tacos that are attached to your school. Iowa State has green chili pork walking taco that is Iowa State branded, I guess, as much as it can be. KU fans, how can you not like this? KU's Big J loaded mac and cheese. Everybody likes mac and cheese, so surely that's going to be delicious, right? Oklahoma State, they play later on tonight. Orange Power Pizza. That's OSU's food. A potential Jayhawk opponent, TCU, has TCU Cowtown loaded tots. Ooh. All right. Texas Tech has the Matador Melt. West Virginia has the pepperoni roll. And also, they have introduced the Yard Milkshake Bar. Man, that's really tempting. Get some Big J loaded mac and cheese and a milkshake from the Yard Milkshake Bar. It's not good for the waistline, but boy, that sounds pretty good. Closing in on the first final of the day, Arizona State pretty much went wire to wire. They're going to win. They are going to put Baylor out of its misery. So the Bears are going to finish 15-16 on the year. Arizona State will continue on their, if they keep winning, marathon path. They will survive to tomorrow. And coming up it's going to be after 2:00 now, because that game is almost going final. Arizona State's up 6 with 1 second left. Baylor's shooting free throws. So I don't know. That would take a miracle. Anyway, down 6. But here after a while, Utah and Cincinnati, game 2 of the first day, first round at T-Mobile Center in KC. That is the 16 versus the 9. And then the evening session, we'll have K-State taking on BYU. And the late game is Oklahoma State and Colorado. So day 1 of the Big 12 tournament going on right now. And coming up later on in the week, of course, Thursday is when you can hear Kansas. They will play a team to be determined. Coverage starting for you right here at 6:00. Could be TCU, but then again, it might not be. But TCU is the best seeded team that KU will be waiting on. And our Big 12 coverage starts in earnest on Friday, regardless of whether KU is still around or not. We'll have the semis for you. Brought to you by Janet King, Davis Liquor Outlet, and our good friends at PHP Law. So we'll have the semis for you on Friday night at 6:00 and at 8:30. And if KU wins on Thursday, they will be in the 8:30 matchup. So we'll bring you 2 Big 12 games Friday and the championship game on Saturday. Sandwiched around that game, 2 SEC semifinal games, and then after the Big 12 game, the ACC championship game. And then on Sunday, our postseason basketball coverage continues. We'll crown a champion in the SEC right here on the air, and the American championship game to follow. And then after that, just keep it right here. Listen to the selection show. It starts at 5:00 on that Sunday. So we're getting closer and closer to March Madness, and we are your home. March Madness here in Wichita, ESPN Wichita at 92.3 FM. Thrilled to bring it to you. And it's almost final. It may have just gone final. Arizona State hangs on to beat Baylor 83-79. And so they will be moving on. And probably about 2:15, maybe 2:10, round two, or game two, rather, Utah and Cincinnati up there from T-Mobile Center in KC. Some might be wondering why we're not up there, because we generally are down at Power and Light doing our shows from up there. To be quite frank, up until the 11th hour, there was a real possibility that Kansas would not only be playing at 11:30, which would kind of neuter us, me and Pat, and our shows with pre and post coverage here on the channel. But it was up for some debate whether KU would play on Wednesday if they fell to the 5 line. And if they did that, it was very possible that KU would play 11:30 on Wednesday and 11:30 on Thursday. So that would basically blow out our programming for KU basketball, which, you know, we're the home of the Jayhawks, so that's all well and good. So our trip to Kansas City was up for a lot of debate and angst a little bit up until the BYU Texas Tech game went final, and that was a late game over the weekend. So normally we're up there, but we're not this year. And but we will be bringing you Big 12 basketball, be it KU or if they get bounced on Thursday, 2 games, the semis at 6 and 8:30 on Friday night. All right, when we come back, I'm old, Dylan's young here on a Tuesday. It's 1:42.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Four Seasons RV in Abilene is your premier destination for the highest quality travel trailers, fifth wheels, and toy haulers in Kansas. If you travel for sports, tailgates, or like to kick back at the lake, now is the time to check into kansasrv.com for the best selection on closeout deals. ESPN Wichita listeners can save an additional $500 by mentioning ESPN. Check out kansasrv.com for the best recreational vehicles today.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Are you ready for truck stuff to put bigger tires on your ride? You may also need to consider a gear swap. This can help you maintain acceleration and speed, reduce engine strain, improve towing capacity, and prevent premature wear and tear. Truck Stuff is the only shop in the entire state that has Yukon Gear Master Certified Technician. So to maintain your vehicle's performance, efficiency, and longevity, come see us today at Truck Stuff at the corner of Central and Washington.
Check us out. Truck Stuff.
Let's get cracking. Rockin' Brews Casino is turning up the heat with all-you-can-eat crab legs every Friday. From 3 p.m. to 9 p.m., feast on never-ending delicious crab legs, plus your choice of Caesar or Rockin' House salad, seasoned corn, potatoes, and top it all off with ice cream dessert, all for just $69.95. But hurry, last call for new crab orders is 8:15 p.m. That's every Friday at Rockin' Brews Casino, I-35, exit 231 in Bremen. Rock your Friday nights and get your claws on this feast. Rockin' Brews Casino. Eat, win, rock on. Owned by the Caw Nation.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here? I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
Brian Haney here. When I'm looking for the latest on Kansas athletics, I go to Kansas Nation. Interviews, news conferences, daily and weekly shows, and podcasts. It's all on kansasnation.com. Featuring Tyshawn Taylor, Brandon McAnderson, Chris Harris Jr., KU's official podcast, The Jayhawker with Nate Bukaty, and Catch Me with Jayhawk Greats on Haney and the Hawks. Kansas Nation, built for Jayhawk fans.
I'm old. Dylan's young. So I'm going to guess that this is somebody featuring someone.
Yeah, technically.
Man, I don't know who that is right there. The song was
That would be the feature.
Well, either way, the song was all over the place back in the day. That's not Kesha, is it?
That's actually not a bad guess, no.
But it's not.
Nah. I see where your thoughts were.
Uh-huh. Why don't you go ahead and tell me who this is? Who's singing now?
That would be that would be Flow Rider, who had
Oh, man.
one big hit every 6 months for like,
Yeah.
God, seemingly a few years.
Yeah. Whistle Baby.
Yeah.
That was a big one. Oh, man.
The feature, would you like that information?
Yeah, I'm going to need some sort of breadcrumb, hint, something.
The one word name.
Okay. That's not a bad hint.
To be honest, I don't really know who this is. The feature, the answer was Flow Rider, but the feature is, yeah.
So you're telling me you didn't know who this is either?
I mean, I've heard of it, but I think I would, if I was in your position, I wouldn't know who it is.
Very nice way to put that, Dylan. Very thoughtful of you. I give up. Who?
Sia? S-I-A?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe multiple choice. Maybe I could have gotten that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow.
All right. And maybe tomorrow. Yeah. All right. Let's celebrate some birthdays. It is March 10th. Again, reminder, later on tonight, West Coast Conference Championship, 8 o'clock, right here on the channel. Don't miss it. Celebrating his 28th birthday today, Justin Herbert.
Quarterback.
Very good. Charger great. Actually born in Eugene, so a hometown kid. How about that? Zach Levine, 31.
Basketball.
Yes.
You know, same age, huh?
Shannon Miller, 49. Shannon Miller is a girl, and it's non-Big Four.
Gymnastics.
Very good. Great guess.
Really?
Yes. Olympic gold on the balance beam. 2-time silver, 3-time bronze. Shannon Miller. Very good. Was that a wild ass guess?
Well, it was a little bit of contextual guess. I am familiar with some of the names of female golfers just because the same ones win a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And that didn't ring a bell in golf and non-Big Four, so I kind of thought about it for a second. Gymnastics popped in my head.
Okay. I was just getting ready to ask this texter. You read my mind. There is a Shannon Miller Expressway in Oklahoma City. So, wow.
They've got to be related.
Good for her. Or go to Oklahoma a lot.
Mm.
Shannon Miller was born in Missouri, too. So, somebody needs to explain. Matt Kenseth, 54, non-Big Four.
Yes, if I remember correctly, that's a race car driver.
Very good. Yes. Rod Woodson, 61.
Pro Football Hall of Fame.
That's correct. Mike Timlin, 60.
Is that football as well or basketball?
It's neither. He's a former pitcher. Blue Jays, Red Sox. Andre Waters, 64.
Basketball.
Former football, former safety, former Cardinal safety. Pam Oliver, 65.
Reporter.
Very good. Bobby Petrino, also 65.
Motorcycle rider.
I'll accept it. Yes.
Yeah.
Would have also accepted football coach.
Football coach who likes motorcycle enthusiast.
Yes. I heard he gives free rides, too. Austin Carr, 78.
This wouldn't be Derek Carr's dad, would it?
It would not.
Okay, I'm going to guess baseball.
Basketball. Played in the 70s. Obviously, he's an old guy, but 70s. Played with the Cavaliers. Jesse Sapolu, 65. Jesse's a guy. Big four.
Football.
Yep. Offensive lineman from
49ers.
Samoa. Yeah. Yes. Very good. Born on this day, now dead. Curly Culp.
Football as well.
Yeah. Would have been 80 today.
He was a chief, correct?
That's correct. Hall of Famer, too.
Yeah.
He's got to be on the Ring of Honor.
He is, now that I think about it.
Yeah. Also born on this day, now dead, Joe Bugle. Died in 2020. Hint if you need it.
I'm going to need that.
Joe Bugle was a coach.
Coach Bugle.
In this particular sport.
Basketball.
He was a former offensive line coach of the Redskins when they had the Hogs back in the 80s.
Okay.
Yep.
Was he by chance credited with coming up with that nickname, or was that fans?
That is a great question. I don't know the answer to that. Good trivia right there. Also, this is non-Big Four, but this is a really famous guy in this particular sport. Sepp Blatter is 90. He's from
golf, right?
No, he's from Switzerland. And he's
skiing?
No.
Oh.
He's president of FIFA from 1998 to 2015. He was later banned for corruption. Yeah.
Sepp Straka is a golfer.
That's correct.
Sepp, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sepp Straka is a pretty good golfer, too, by the way.
That he is.
Mm-hmm. Dying on this day, do we have any notable dead days? Jesus Alou, 3 years ago.
I'll guess baseball.
Yeah, one of the Alou brothers. Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh, Odalis Perez.
Odalis?
4 years ago, Odalis Perez, Odalis. Died after a fall at the age of 44.
Baseball again?
Yeah. Royals for a minute. Royals, Dodgers. He was a pitcher. And finally, Ernie Ladd, 2007.
Straight up guess here, football.
Yes, I also would have accepted professional wrestler. Did both.
Okay.
There you go.
A man of many talents.
He was. How much time do I have left? Feels late.
Well, I'll let you know in about 1 second.
There it is.
You're really on the clock today.
There's AC/DC. Yeah, I know. I'm sharp as a tack. All right, so stick around because Pat and the Pulse is coming your way next. He's out at American Shaman Botanicals. That's in Wichita. He's in the Wichita location, 21st and Rock, right next to that Dillon's over at 21st and Rock Road. So go by and see him. American Shaman, Wichita, 21st and Rock, Pulse, coming up.
All right, thanks, Shane.
See you, bud.
Hey, Pat. What up? Not much. Let's go to commercial. Ah, yes, commercial.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience.
Right.
So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance.
Tremendous.
Personalize this ad for Amber, who really misses boy
What's that
bands
now?
from the 90s.
Hey, girl.
Just
I'm
saying
the
I
cute
got you
one,
checked.
here to tell you
All right,
how Liberty
and I'm
Mutual
gonna go
customizes your home
get some
insurance,
water
so
here.
you only
So-
pay for what you need.
Go get
I'm
some
the
water.
heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Off the window, counted in a foul.
ESPN Wichita is bringing you a full week of college basketball action leading up to March Madness. We'll have exclusive live play-by-play of the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City, plus the ACC and Big 10 tournament championship games. And it all leads to our Selection Sunday special right here on your home for college basketball. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Nothing beats March Madness. The pure sound of a swish, the rattle of a slam dunk, the fans on their feet for the big moments. And the action just keeps getting better until a national champion is crowned. Hear all the action with Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the NCAA men's and women's tournaments right here.
The road to the Final Four starts here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs. You just bought a home in the suburbs, but no one told you about all the birds, specifically this one, who seems to be calling out Roy. Roy. But who exactly is Roy? And why doesn't he ever respond? Maybe Roy is just bird speak for save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto. I guess until Roy answers, we'll never know. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided in service by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Nachos! Yeah, get nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Frank's. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat.
Wichita's
Frank's Red Hot.
sports
I put that
leader.
on everything.
ESPN You're listening to The Pulse with
no
Pat
Sports Center?
Strathman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15 had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get Sheen in the city of the home of our hero. Heroistic.
What's up, Wichita? And what is up, CBD American Shaman Wichita? Diving right in, giving you that extra 2 minutes here for today. Glad to be with you all. It is super, super warm out there. Boy, is it hot outside. But I got to say, it's enjoyable to be right here at CBD American Shaman Wichita. We'll tell you more about our friends here in just a little bit. But first, let me tell you You're listening to The Pulse on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I'm sure you've figured that out already. But in case this is your first time, here you go. It is The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. We are also streaming, in addition of listening to us on the old radio dial. Yes, you can listen to us on 92.3 FM with the windows rolled down. You should be enjoying the beautiful weather that's out there right now. It is gorgeous, man. It is absolutely gorgeous. So hopefully you're taking it all in. But for those who aren't able to listen to us on the radio dial while driving around town, you can always stream, and you can stream in all these different places. You can stream on ESPNWichita.com, which we've added a few different things on ESPNWichita.com. If you haven't checked it out yet, I would highly encourage to do that. Head on over to ESPNWichita.com. Top right corner, it will read Listen Live. You can listen to us that way. A separate media player will pull up, and you can listen to us. It's quite handy. A lot of you, though, like to use the smart speaker capabilities, and you should use the smart speaker capabilities because the smart speaker that you have can do a lot of things. It can make your shopping/grocery list rather long, so that way you don't have to remember to write it down on a regular basis. Or, you can listen to white noise on the smart speaker as well. But for me, I like to use the smart speakers to listen to ESPN Wichita. Tell your smart speaker to tune into ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM or KKGQ. You can listen to us that way. You can also listen to us by downloading the ESPN Wichita app. That app has all sorts of good things on there. So if you haven't checked us out on the ESPN Wichita app yet, I would highly recommend you checking us out because on the app, we have all sorts of goodies on there. You can listen to the programming live. You can check out podcasts after the fact. We also have the ability to interact with you on there in some ways. You can also check out the regular lineup. It's all available at your fingertips. Download it today. ESPN Wichita app. Check it out, would you? You can also stream the show if you prefer to watch us and you want to see all the goodies here at CBD American Shaman Wichita behind me. I don't know exactly what's all behind me, but you can get a good look at all the stuff behind me by heading on over to YouTube, on Facebook, and on X. We are streaming in all those places. So if you haven't checked that out yet, I highly recommend doing that here for today, although my face is being partly cut off. I got to sit straight up. I've learned that the table out here at CBD American Shaman Wichita is a little bit shorter. It doesn't do well for 6'7" folks, or at least the seats are a little bit lower, so I have to adjust. Now we're back to normal. We're fine. But if you want to watch us, hey, we're video streaming. So feel free to check us out that way as well. I'm Pat Strathman. Producing is Dylan Brett. If you would like to be a part of the show, dial 316-669-4996. I'm sure you have all sorts of thoughts on what the Chiefs have done in postseason play thus far. If that's you, then feel free to call. Text line, though, might be better for a lot of you, though. 316-247-0923. Feel free to hit us up right now. Chiefs made a couple of moves. We talked about it already yesterday. They added a defensive back, a safety that we will talk about here in a little bit. They also re-signed one of their own, and they also lost another one of their players. So it's been a wild NFL free agency period. Doesn't it feel that way? I feel like it's been really strange. Like it feels more like the NBA free agency period rather than the NFL. So if you have all sorts of thoughts on that, hit us up at 316-247-0923. That number will also be handy today because we have not one but two giveaways for you. If you want to win Kansas lottery tickets, we'll give you that option at some point today. $30 worth. Be ready to text. At the tail end of the first hour, we'll also give you a chance to win some free barbecue, courtesy of Tinker Barbecue. I bet that might excite a lot of you. If you want to win some free Q, some quality Q, we'll give you that option later on here in hour number one. So be ready to text 316-247-0923. You can also find all of our work on Facebook, X, and Instagram, as well as YouTube. We have all sorts of news that breaks throughout the course of time, of course, and we'll be more than happy to give you all those updates on all of our social media platforms. If that interests you, if you want to stay locked into your favorite teams, you can go ahead and give us a follow on all those different platforms. So we would love to have you. Please join the ESPN Wichita social media family. All right, here's what we got for you today. Coming up in a little bit, we will have Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. Matt, I'm sure, is hard at work trying to get some more scoops on the Chiefs' free agency moves. So we'll talk to Matt Derrick about all of the moves that Kansas City has made up to this point. They have made quite a few. So we'll get to that. We'll get his thoughts in just a little bit. We have our Bird End of the Hour trivia question, but something else to note. As great as free agency has been, can we admire the greatness that is transpiring on the diamond with the World Baseball Classic? Mercy. I can't get enough of it. And it helps that Bobby Wood Jr. also makes some incredible plays. So we'll get to that at the very end of hour number one. Hour number two, it's a Tuesday with Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle. So we'll get to Tay-Tay. Taylor will join us at 3:02 to talk about the Shocks, how he feels about their chances when it comes to going to the NCAA tournament. It's all coming your way in hour number two. At 3:25, we will talk about the tournaments for college basketball. Not all of them. Of course, we'll focus on the Big 12 tournament. We'll have to talk about the American Conference tournament as well. You have action already underway when it comes to that, so we'll get to the latest when it comes to that. And then at the very end of the show, we'll have a Take Two Tuesday. So that's what we got for you today. It is March 10th, 2026. Thanks so much for joining us. Hope you can come out and join us at CBD American Shop in Wichita. For those that have been listening to this program for a long, long time, you know that this is a staple of the Pulse. Really has been since day one. We always venture out to American Shop every single month. That's been our MO. Now, we have switched it up. We have gone out to Derby. That was the OG location at Baltimore Market in Derby. But they were able to get a location at 21st and Rock. It was about 1,000 feet in the other direction. They moved out here, maybe 5 months ago in the Tallgrass Center. So they've moved over here. It's much more comfortable. They have all sorts of St. Patrick Day items to celebrate the holiday that's coming up here before too long. They have all sorts of unique T-shirts, but you know that CBD American Shaman is all about helping you out when it comes to pain, anxiety. They can help you out when it comes to that. Look, March is known for the madness, right? I'm sure people get tired of dealing with the madness that comes with pain, anxiety. Maybe you have a tough night or a tough stretch of just trying to sleep. They have all sorts of stuff for you, right? I mean, gosh, they came over this way, and the individual who's here, by the way, it is swamped in here. There's so many people in here. But they have some different items that are right next to me that can help you out. They have CB Go, which if you're having a tough day, if you're trying to get energized and you don't want to deal with the 18th cup of coffee, that's where they can help you out with CBD Go. They have CB Night. If you're having a tough day or a tough night, not being able to sleep, they can help you out on that front as well. You can also get some help with that anxiety. They have all sorts of products for that. If you're dealing with pain, I'm telling you, the topical cream that they have, anytime that I have a little bit of an issue
when it comes to my shoulder or my back. I use the topical pain or the topical cream, and it all goes away. It's very, very handy. So come see how Life is Better with a Feather. They're open Monday through Saturday from 8 until 10, Sunday from 10 until 6 o'clock. Right now, 25% off all drinks. 25% off all drinks. And they have a wide assortment of drinks to my left. They have all sorts of drinks over here. So if you want to take a look at that, feel free. 25% off, man. That is, it's pretty cheap to me. They have a $200 basket giveaway. Did you know that? In addition to, helping you out, they're also trying to give something away, a $200 basket giveaway. In order for you to get registered, you really don't even have to be here. You know that? So you can leave a Google review for this particular location. You get 5 entries for that giveaway basket. Facebook post as well. You can heart. You can comment for 1 entry, and you can share as well. That's how you get registered to win a $200 basket. Isn't that fantastic? Well, that's all I know is them being fantastic at what they do. CBD American Shaman Wichita. If you haven't been out this way, I highly recommend you coming out this way and checking them out for the first time. All right. Well, Dylan, I'm trying to stay up to date on all the NFL free agency news. So if I'm missing out on something, you better be barking at me. Okay? You better be yelling at me saying, hey, don't forget about this for the Chiefs. Okay?
Sounds good.
So I'm gonna do my best. Well, first and foremost, day number 1 in NFL free agency. If you are a Chiefs defensive back or a former Chiefs defensive back, you probably are enjoying yourself because Trent McDuffie ends up being traded away to the Rams, gets paid a big boy contract, right? Not only that, Jalen Watson goes to the Rams, gets paid a substantial amount of money. Joshua Williams is leaving Kansas City. He got himself a little bit of a payday. Brian Cook is no longer a member of the Kansas City Chiefs. He also got paid elsewhere. The total dollar amount for contracts given out for Chiefs secondary players, it's insane. They got paid big time, which might lead you to think that maybe Kansas City might have a more pressing need now when it comes to the NFL draft, because they addressed a couple things yesterday. They ended up signing Kenneth Walker III, who's going to be the star tailback for them, coming off a Super Bowl MVP, and now he will try to aid Patrick Mahomes in his return following a knee injury that he suffered last year. Feels like a pretty big move. I've talked to a few Chiefs fans. They're a little bit worried because of maybe Walker III's usage as a pass catcher, but also maybe as a pass blocker. Some people are concerned when it comes to that. I get that. I hear you. But the one thing that he needs to do, he just needs to run the football. He needs to run the football effectively. And that's why they ended up going after him. And I read somewhere that the general consensus from general managers for the NFL draft, a lot of people believe that Jeremiah Love wasn't going to make it past 6, which is crazy to think, because I didn't think that that'd be the case. But with the resurgence of running backs this past year, maybe all of a sudden people are going back to old school football. Maybe they're going to put more of an emphasis on running backs. So if Jeremiah Love wasn't going to be there at 7, which would have been the Saints, who ended up signing Travis Etienne for more money and 1 more extra year, it makes sense that Kansas City would probably go after the top tailback available in Kenneth Walker III. So that was the big one yesterday, right? They also were able to land Tonga from New England, a defensive tackle, a good number 2 DT. I don't expect him to be Chris Jones-esque, but he's a big guy in the middle, should be a solid run stopper there for the Kansas City Chiefs. So Kansas City had 2 big needs going into the offseason. And the 2 needs were defensive line help and tailback. And they addressed that for day number 1 in NFL free agency. They were able to make 2 more deals last night And I'm not going to lie, I was asleep for both of them. Sorry. I'm a little ashamed to admit that, but for someone who is on the mend, still is, if you can't tell, hopefully my voice can hang on for another couple of hours, or else Dylan Brett's going to have to handle the show by himself. So I'm sure he would love that, by the way. I think he will enjoy that. But these two deals happened last night, and with Brian Cook going elsewhere, you look at the safety group, and you just wonder if Kansas City would address that position group. And they did. And I thought even before Cook left that they still needed to address it. Because you have Jamari Connor, who theoretically I think was listed as a safety, kind of plays that slot and clearly doesn't do a very good job. They need to get better in that department. Brian Cook, I thought, was so-so. I think some people would say that he was maybe underrated. I just don't see it. I hope he goes on and does incredibly well. Obviously, the dollar amount that he got yesterday was a good amount of coin, but I was never really a big Brian Cook fan. So I thought that they still, a sneaky position that they would have to address would be safety. Well, they ended up getting a safety yesterday, and they picked up Alohi Gilman, the former Charger safety, signed with the Chiefs on a 3-year, $24.75 million deal, including $15 million guaranteed. I think some look at him and maybe would think that's a little bit of a downgrade. I don't know, man. I think it's pretty much a lateral move. I don't know if he's one that you absolutely fall in love with. I could tell you one person that fans have fallen in love with in a Chiefs uniform. We talked to him in San Francisco at Radio Row, and that is Tyquan Thornton. And he was there on his own accord. Everyone wondering, does he want to be back with Kansas City? What's the offseason going to look like? Well, Tyquan Thornton is staying in Kansas City. He agreed to a 2-year, $11 million deal worth up to $14 million with the Kansas City Chiefs. And I think a lot of people would love that because everyone just believes that he deserves more targets and more reps. And I can see why that would be the case for a lot of people. Of course, though, I would also tell you, though, like you look at Rashee Rice, that guy was drafted to be the number 1 wide receiver. They're probably going to give him as many targets as possible. Still got to worry about Travis Kelce. How do you work him in the offense? Xavier Worthy is a former first-round draft pick. You got to make sure that he gets fed. And then, oh, by the way, yeah, now you have to worry about Tyquan Thornton, who was primarily used as just a deep ball threat. And he made some pretty spectacular catches. There are also times where Patrick Mahomes also couldn't link up with him. And I still look at the Chiefs, and I look at Patrick Mahomes, and as badly as I want his deep ball accuracy to be up there, maybe you just have to just understand that Patrick Mahomes, this is the way he's going to be when it comes to deep balls. I don't know what it's going to be like for him this upcoming year coming off that knee injury. How good is he going to be at deep balls? Is that going to mess with his brain a little bit? Is that going to mess with his technique? I don't know. Only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see, and we got to figure out if they're going to be able to have an effective deep ball passing attack. But Tyquan Thornton, look, I think there's more in his arsenal than probably what you would think. Most people just think he's just a go guy. Just go on the fly and call it good. And that's fine. That's obviously the specialty for him. But I think there's a little bit more that he can do, and I think the Chiefs should try to utilize him a little bit more to try to be a guy who can separate from a defender and maybe catch more balls in the intermediate passing game rather than just being told, hey, streak down the field, go on a deep post, and we'll try to hit you over the top. And the money's right. 2 years, $11 million. I don't think anyone's going to bat an eye at that. When you look at the wide receiver room for Kansas City, you should probably bring in that type of guy who was a fan favorite. Now, that's not why you do it. But he ended up being a fan favorite, had a little bit of a breakout year last year. Honestly, it was a breakout year because he finally got the opportunity, and now he's going to stay in Kansas City. And when we talked to him, it didn't really feel like that he was going to go elsewhere. Now, of course, his agent's going to dictate a lot of those things. If the agent comes to him and says, hey, I got someone here who's willing to pay $20 million for 3 years, would you take that deal? The answer would probably be yes, we're going to do that. But instead, he stays in Kansas City where he's comfortable. And now I'm looking forward to seeing how he can continue to develop in 2026 with Patrick Mahomes back there throwing him the football. At least we hope. We just never know what's going to happen with the rehabbing process. Some people think that it just depends on where you go for your information on Patrick Mahomes. Some people think that he's going to be out for half the season. Others think that he's going to basically be ready to go for day one of training camp. There's really no in between. It's either one or the other. I lean toward him missing a little bit of time at the beginning of the season, but to bring back a guy who's familiar with the Chiefs offense, Andy Reid has always been about that. So why not bring back Tyquan Thornton, who was the one who really had the most explosive capability for the Chiefs in that wide receiver room. Did I miss anything, Dylan Brett? I think I'm caught up to speed. Oh, the one other thing to bring up, too, it's a good thing Kansas City got Kenneth Walker III because Isaiah Pacheco is no longer a Chief. He's going to the Indianapolis Colts. It was a lot of fun with Isaiah Pacheco. He runs angry. He is this energetic guy. But ever since he had that injury, he just was not the same type of running back in Kansas City. Let him go on the greener pastures and see if he can try to be good. Oh, yes, thank you. The Lions. I said the Colts. Thank you. Thank you, Texter. I meant the Lions. Sorry. I'm telling you, there's so much going on. It's hard for me to keep track of everything. Thank you, Texter. Yes, the Lions. He's going to Detroit. I think the reason why I'm thinking the Colts is because Chance is a Colts fan, so I was hoping that he would go to the Colts. Instead, he's going to the Lions. Thank you, Texter. That's what I meant. And with the way that he runs, maybe that would be a good fit there in Detroit, considering the Lions got rid of David Montgomery, so they could use a tailback to go with Jahmyr Gibbs. But let's be real, after the development of Jahmyr Gibbs, they're probably going to lean on him quite a bit. So did I miss anything, Dylan Brett? I think I hit on everything in the past 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah, and the Walker signing looks good, too, because, like you said, Love probably ain't falling to 9. And another running back that was possibly going to come here, Etienne, went to New Orleans shortly after we got Walker. So good timing with that, and a big fan of that move.
Yeah. Now, some are not, and that's fine. Only time will tell. But I'm telling you, if Patrick Mahomes doesn't get injured, I don't think Kansas City makes a move for Kenneth Walker III, if I'm being 100% honest. I think that injury has changed the outlook for Brett Veach and the Chiefs organization. Truly. And it should. You should look at that and take it seriously. You need to be taking that seriously. You can't play around with that. You can't do that. So the fact that Patrick Mahomes is coming off that injury, I think that changes a whole heck of a lot. So anyways, that's a breakdown of all the latest for the Chiefs. They get a safety. They re-sign Tyquan Thornton. They end up getting a defensive tackle, and they land a running back. Travis Kelce also coming back on a, 1-year deal, $12 million off the top of my head, which seems
yes, for the value up to $15 million.
Up to $15 million, which seems about right. I know the hope and dream was to have him play on the vet minimum. I hate to break it to you, this is Travis Kelce, who's regarded as the best tight end in the history of the NFL. And I told you that after that report from The Athletic, that reeked of his agent. His agent basically saying, hey, report this so I could try to get more money for Travis Kelce. And maybe he got an additional $2 million. I have no idea. Did it work for the agent? Maybe it did. But the most important thing is Travis Kelce's coming back for the Chiefs, and we can spend some time talking about that later on. Right now, we got a break because Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com, he's going to join the show when we return. Of course, your text messages, your reaction is always encouraged. Hit us up on the text line, 316-247-0923. What do you think of the Chiefs so far in free agency? It's labeled as the biggest offseason in Chiefs history. What do you think so far, Chiefs fans? 316-247-0923. What does Matt Derrick think of the situation? We'll talk to Matt Derrick when we return.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
It's Crosswinds Casino's 5th anniversary.
You
Join
have
us and
Matt's number,
celebrate
right?
all month long and win your share of $18,000 in wins play on Saturdays during the Fab 5.
Send me a text. Send me a text because I'm not going to be able to hear you over the programming.
8 p.m. as 2 lucky winners will be drawn every hour to each win $250 wins play.
All right, all I heard was sports commission, so send me a text, please, on those.
$18,000 wins play. So close, so fun. Visit CrosswindsCasino.com.
When it comes to money, what matters most to you? It's not an easy question because your answer can change at a moment's notice. At Commerce Bank, we have 160 years of helping people ask themselves that question and providing financial solutions that are tailored to your ever-changing wants and needs. From setting short-term goals to planning for your future, if it matters to you, it matters to us. And together, we'll find the answers that matter. Commerce Bank. Challenge accepted. Member FDIC.
Guys, low energy, stubborn belly fat, or a drop-in drive aren't just getting older. They're signs your hormones may be out of balance. Dan Pharmacy's hormone replacement therapy is built with men in mind, helping restore strength, focus, and muscle tone and confidence. Our team delivers precise, personalized treatment so you can perform at your peak, at work, in the gym, and everywhere else. Stop settling. Visit danpharmacy.com today and see how Dan Pharmacy helps men take back control.
Truck Stuff knows what it takes to make your truck, Jeep, or SUV stand out from the crowd. Whether it's LED lights, a new bed cover, or steps, or getting your truck lifted or leveled, we've got you covered. Our experienced sales team can guide you through your options, and you can even have it installed by our experts. We offer interest-free financing through Snap, so come by today to get your ride tricked out or decked out. Either way, come check us out at 427 North Washington.
Tricked out, decked out, check us out. Truck Stuff.
The Women's Basketball Invitation Tournament is coming to Wichita, and your young athlete can be a part of the action. Join former Wichita State basketball players and friends for the WBIT Youth Basketball Clinic on Saturday, March 28th from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Open to boys and girls in kindergarten through 8th grade. This fun and energetic clinic is just $10 to attend. And here's the best part. Registration includes one ticket to the championship game on April 1st. Sign up today by visiting GoShockers.com/tickets.
ESPN Wichita is bringing you a full week of college basketball action leading up to March Madness. We'll have exclusive live play-by-play of the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City, and it all leads to our Selection Sunday special to kick off March Madness right here on your home for college basketball. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Championship Week on ESPN Wichita is presented by Janie King, Davis Liquor Outlet, and Prochaska Howell and Prochaska Law.
Was this an intentional choice? I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, is Dylan Brett trying to set the mood? Like, is that what he's doing right now? Setting the mood for Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. Hey, this should probably be his walk-up music for the rest of the show history. I think we're on to something here. I think he might have found something. It's been a very busy couple of days for Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com, and he joins us now on the hotline. He is brought to you by our friends at Seven Clans First Council Casino and Resorts. Hello, Matt. I have a feeling it's been a little chaotic for one Matt Derrick of ChiefsDigest.com. How has NFL free agency gone for good old Matt Derrick?
I am enjoying the kind of phase 2 lull that the Chiefs are in right now, of having probably spent all their money yesterday, sitting back waiting for the deals, for the low priced options to become available, because it's been a slow Tuesday, but I've enjoyed it. I took a nap, Pat. I needed it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. You're breaking news at 11 o'clock at night, and it's like, what's next? Oh, here are the former Chiefs going elsewhere. All right, well, let's start with the big one, and that is Kenneth Walker III He's going to Kansas City. I'm a little surprised at this just because of the price tag. I thought that Kansas City wouldn't pay that type of deal to bring in a guy like Kenneth Walker III. However, I start to understand a little bit more. I think if Patrick Mahomes doesn't suffer the knee injury, I think we're having a different discussion after day one of NFL free agency. And I also think, too, after seeing the consensus thoughts from GMs for the NFL draft, it would appear that Jeremiah Love wasn't going to fall to number 9. Heck, wasn't going to fall to number 7, which is why the Saints went after Travis Etienne for a contract that was 1 year longer with a little bit more money compared to Kenneth Walker III. So I think I'm starting to come around on it. I understand it. But also, too, it's just I don't know. It's a lot of moolah for a tailback. So, hey, good on Kenneth Walker III. He won the MVP in the Super Bowl. He cashed in. He got a lot of money. Now he's going to Kansas City, which appears to be a good fit on paper. What was your initial reaction when you saw that the Chiefs actually pulled off that deal to land Kenneth Walker III?
Yeah, it had started to seem like, Pat, in the last few days that the Chiefs were focusing in on Walker. Obviously both Walker and Etienne were the two names that were mentioned the most. And I felt all along, I mean, those were the two best running backs that are in this free agent class. I always said there was probably maybe a half dozen guys that the Chiefs could possibly bring in. It would be an upgrade for their running back spot, and pretty much all those guys got signed. But I think the second group, I mean, J.K. Dobbins, Broncos gave him $10 million on average. I mean, it's a 2-year deal, $20 million. That would terrify me if I'm a Broncos fan, because J.K. Dobbins just has not had a healthy season. He's never been able to get through a year. So, and he's coming off another injury. So when you think about that concept, I mean, hey, you J.K. Dobbins for $10 million per, you're getting Kenneth Walker for $14.4, and Etienne goes for 13. I mean, that doesn't look too bad in retrospect. And you're absolutely right. I mean, no one. I mean, maybe we're all going to look like idiots. Maybe Brett Veach and Mickey Loomis and New Orleans will look like idiots. But nobody thinks at this point that Love is going to get to 8 or 9. And you can't. That's not a plan. Hoping that a guy falls to you isn't a plan. So Chiefs went and got their guy. Brett Veach has a history that when they have a fatal flaw, he goes out and addresses it. That happened after the Super Bowl against the Buccaneers. They went out and addressed offensive line. Their fatal flaw right now is running back, and they went out and addressed it. And I feel like more and more you see Walker, you see exactly why the Chiefs zoned in on him.
Well, you hope for the ceiling of Kenneth Walker III. I mean, the guy obviously has the capability of doing some stuff. Are you at all worried about the pass catching ability? I heard this morning, I think it might have been Rich Eisen here on ESPN Wichita, and they were just talking about Kenneth Walker III and the things that he can do. But it almost makes it seem like, oh yeah, no, Kenneth Walker III is being brought on to be the Christian McCaffrey. And I thought to myself, okay, hold on. Let's pump the brakes a little bit, because Christian McCaffrey does a lot of things pretty well. Kenneth Walker III, has he really showcased that in his time in Seattle? I would argue no. So how do you feel about just in terms of scheme and fit there in Kansas City when it comes to Kenneth Walker III? How will he be used in Kansas City?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think in the Chiefs' offense, they're going to ask him to do more things and different things than he was asked to do in Seattle. He wasn't a terrible receiver in Seattle.
Sure. I don't want to paint that picture. I'm just saying, like, when you say, like, Christian McCaffrey, I'm like, let's pump the brakes for a second, all right? Let's pump the brakes 100%. For one moment.
Yeah, and I'm totally with you there in the sense that you're talking about a guy who's, career high rushing was as a rookie with 1,050 yards. Thinking that he's going to come in here, or expecting him to come in here and put up 1,500 yards or 1,600 yards rushing or something, totally unrealistic. He might, I don't know. But expect him to be something dramatically different than he's been in Seattle. Not to me. That's not really in the realm of possibilities. I mean, you'd love to get a little bit more, but he has been, by and large, the principal back in a kind of at least a two-back committee, and he's been really good at that. And most importantly is that he's explosive. That's the thing that the Chiefs want more than anything. I mean, I don't think that they really want him or need him to. I mean, I guess you worry a little bit about the floor. You know, he was hurt in 2024, only had 573 yards, but other than that, he's been largely consistent. I mean, and it's been if your floor with Kenneth Walker is, you know, what he's had in the past in his career, 900, 1,000 yards, and, you know, he adds a little bit more maybe in the passing game than he has because he's maybe asked to do a little bit more. By and large, a lot of his throws that he gets in Seattle are dump off screens. You know, it's emergency type stuff. It's not running patterns out of the backfield, but I think he can do that. But again, you know, the Chiefs, they want explosion. Well, this guy has been the last 4 years most explosive back in the NFL. I mean, he has more, you know, long runs than anyone else. He's top 3 as far as running back speed. He's been top 3, number 1 in forced tackles missed. I mean, this is the guy that you have wanted Isaiah Pacheco to be.
Matt Derrick at ChiefsDigest.com joining us here on the Pulse, brought to you by Seven Clans First Council Casino and Resorts. Recapping a chaotic free agent start here in the National Football League. Kansas City, it was well noted that a big hole going into the offseason was the running back position. The other big spot, of course, edge, but defensive line in general, they go out and they sign Kairos Tonga from the New England Patriots, 6'2", 335-pounder in the middle. Not going to be like Chris Jones, but you look at his run block win percentage, his rate, not too bad among the qualifiers for defensive tackles. Pass rush win rate, a little bit better than what you maybe would expect. How big of a piece can this be for Kansas City right there in the middle to go alongside Chris Jones? And, of course, not knowing what Norman Lott's going to be able to bring you this upcoming year.
Yeah, to me, the most important numbers with Tonga are, I mean, 6'2", 330. I mean, the fact that this guy's a big guy in the middle, that, again, is what the Chiefs have been missing out on the last few seasons. You have to go back a while before I think that they've had this kind of presence in the middle, and they've missed that. I mean, they've missed having the guy next to Chris Jones who can eat some space, take on some double teams, and really, you know, be the guy who helps free up Chris Jones, that helps free up George Karlaftis and gets them into one-on-one matchups. They haven't had a presence like this in a few years. I mean, you probably have to go back to, you know, when Mike Pennell was maybe, and that's what Tonga be this season. You know, the Chiefs last year, their defensive tackle group was just absolutely cobbled together. They had Chris Jones. They had Omar Lott, who honestly is more like Chris Jones than he is a one tech. And, you know, and last year during before training camp, Lott tried to put on some weight. It did not work. You're not going to be able to put more weight on him. So, you know, Tonga is the kind of guy that they needed. So still a rotational piece. You know, he's not been a guy who's going to give you 600 snaps like a Tershawn Wharton did. But, you know, even Tershawn Wharton was more of a rush first interior guy than Tonga is. Tonga is more of a run defender. He's a space eater. He's these things that the dirty work. I mean, you're a Chiefs fan. I'm going to have to go back to like Mike DeVito for the last time that the Chiefs truly had somebody like this. Colin Saunders was big, but, you know, again, I'm not sure that he has the same skill set that Tonga has. Derek Nottie, big, but again, not the same skill set. So I think that this is a really good addition. I mean, this is a player that the Chiefs have needed for a while. Spent a little bit of money. I mean, this guy, you know, signed with the Patriots last year for, I think, $2.1 million. You're paying him more than that. I mean, you're giving him a bump, but he played himself into that. He had a really good year last year. A little bit of concerns about age 30, but, you know, he did go to BYU, so he did have a 2-year mission trip. So, you know, he's got maybe 2 years less of mileage on him as a football player than a normal 30-year-old. I think that's another reason why the Chiefs were probably willing to make this investment.
Well, and the other aspect is, too, don't look at stats and look at tackles and so on and so forth. Look at the advanced stuff, and it would appear when you look at the advanced stuff, he's probably worth the investment, but only time will tell. Yesterday was a good day if you were a Chiefs secondary guy. My goodness, Brian Cook gets paid. Joshua Williams gets paid. Jalen Watson gets paid. Trent McDuffie, of course, gets a boatload of money. And you're left wondering, well, who the heck is left in the defensive backfield for the Kansas City Chiefs? Well, they added a piece. They bring on Alohi Gilman, the former LA Charger. What can you tell us about his fit there in Kansas City as a safety?
Yeah, Gilman's a really sneaky good signing. He's a true free safety, which is something that the Chiefs haven't really had. He can move around as well. He had a lot of flexibility, in his previous stops, so he's moved around a little bit. And which Chiefs do like, and as far as their defensive backs go, but free safety has been his domain, and he's been really good at it. The knock that the Chiefs safeties have had, especially their deep safeties, and like Brian Cook, have been that their pass defense is a little bit leaky, and your free safety has to be able to do a lot of things. I mean, yeah, you have to defend the pass, but you can either defend the run. You got to be able to be that kind of eraser on the back end. Gilman, he's got speed. It seems like a really good high football IQ. His, look at his, just like you mentioned, the counting stats. Counting stats are good. I mean, he's been solid in that department, but it's some of the other areas. His pass coverage has been consistently better than Brian Cook's has been. This might be a sneaky upgrade, Pat, especially when you just factor in the injury history. That was the concern with bringing back Brian Cook. He's had a couple of surgeries on that ankle. There's still some hardware in that ankle that you're always going to be worried about. Gilman doesn't have the injury history, and he's cheaper. So this might be, like I said, it might just be a little bit of a sneaky upgrade for the Chiefs.
Tyquan Thornton, talked to him in San Francisco. I told him after the fact, hey, I wish you stay in Kansas City. You seem like a great dude. I love the fact you had a breakout year. And he basically hinted at me like, hey, I don't want to go anywhere else. Well, it turns out he's not going anywhere else. He's going to stay in Kansas City. Of course, you have the entire Chiefs kingdom banging on the table saying, all right, this is great and all, but if you don't give him more opportunity, it's just going to be a wasted wide receiver. Tyquan Thornton being back to be a part of that wide receiver group that certainly needs an explosive over-the-top guy, but I think a lot of people would say that Tyquan Thornton can bring you a little bit more. Your thoughts on Tyquan Thornton being back on a 2-year deal?
Yeah, and contract-wise, he got about what I thought he would get. I just wasn't sure that the Chiefs would be willing to go that high. But they were willing to keep him around, and good, because he was their best consistent deep threat last year. Really Xavier Worthy wasn't that guy. And I think that the shoulder injury that he suffered in week 1 absolutely played a role in that. You could just tell the entire season that Worthy just didn't have quite the juice that he'd had as a rookie. He sometimes avoided contact. He had difficulty on contested catches. All those things were a struggle for him last year. And Tyquan had a great season that he just got phased out when Rashee Rice came back. And I think that was a mistake for the Chiefs. They probably needed to keep him in there. And if that meant backing off of Rice and backing off some other guys, it's probably what they should have done. This commitment says that they are probably acknowledging that mistake, that they do need to consider Tyquan one of their top 4 guys that's out there on a consistent basis. And like I said, he had a really good season last year. I know he wants to do more. That was the struggle. I mean, that was the disappointment, was that maybe he just wasn't asked to do more, didn't get more opportunities after Rice came back. But hey, money talks. If you're offering the most money, or you're up there with the most money, you can get things done. And Tyquan, he's interesting because you mentioned, you talked about the Super Bowl. He was, I think, at ESPN yesterday. He was out there trying to get his name out there to see if he couldn't get a bigger deal. And as it ended up, I mean, best deal ended up being back here in KC.
Yeah, and that I didn't ask him like, hey, what are you doing here? I didn't ask him that question when he was out there at my table. I was just appreciative of the fact that he was like, yeah, I'll come on with you. He just great dude. He was fun to talk to. So I appreciate him for doing that. And the fact that he's going to stick around in Kansas City a little bit longer, I think that's an encouraging thing. We're almost out of time here. I know we can spend like the next we should just do a Matt Derrick special on ESPN Wichita for 2 hours. There you go, Matt. I'll create some I'll create a show just for you to handle, just for you and I. Maybe we'll do that on a regular basis moving forward. In addition to all the things that you do, you clearly have time for it, right? You can do it. It's no big deal. 2 more things though. Travis Kelce's back. Saw the report from the Athletic saying that Travis Kelce, but it reeked like his agent was trying to get him more money. He's in Kansas City. It's a 1-year, $12 million deal. Of course, it's going to be worth more than that if he does some different things. Travis Kelce's back. I'm sure for your surprise meter, this was probably at like a 0.5, but here we are. Travis Kelce's back.
Yeah, that annoyed me so much on Sunday because there's no way that Travis Kelce was planned for anybody else. I mean, even if you imagine, it's like, okay, where would he go? What would he do? I mean, the only thing I could possibly imagine would be like he wanted to play in Cleveland, but he doesn't want to play for Cleveland. That's not happening. And maybe he got a little bit more money, but I thought it was a really just dumb and risky thing for the agent to do. And I'm assuming, like you, it reeked of an agent deal. But no, I thought this was a good deal for both sides. I mean, the Chiefs, if weren't going to go out and sign somebody, and the moment that Isaiah Likely went off the board, that was a really good example. I mean, there's no chance that Travis is going anywhere else or not playing this year. And it certainly over the last few weeks seemed increasingly like Travis was coming back. The Chiefs seemed to be acting like he was coming back. And, like I said, in the absence of going out and getting someone else, they still need Travis Kelce, and Kelce still needs the Chiefs. I know on the Pat McAfee show today, he said he still loves football, and that's what I said all along. I think it's going to come down to is, by the time we get to March, is he missing the gang? Is he missing being around football? And I thought he would. We'll see if the rest of his summer goes off the way that he has planned it. Obviously, it'll probably be a different summer than it was last year. And, he did spend a lot of time trying to reinvent his body a little bit. May need to get into the wedding body, which if that translates into football body, Pat, I guess it's okay. And I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see him at all or if much for OTAs. He doesn't need to be here for OTAs. Let him do his thing and come back. And I mean, he doesn't want to go out the way he did last year. He wants to go out a winner. And so he's looking for the fairy tale ending, Pat. And so if he could get a wedding and a ring in the same year, that would be the dream come true.
Yeah, just waiting for a Taylor Swift line. That's all that was missing from that ending there for Matt Derrick.
I don't do that, Pat. You know I don't do that.
I know you're not. I know you're not cheesy. I know you're not cheesy. I get it. You just have this weird infatuation with 800-pound bears. Where do you go next if you're Brett Veach in free agency?
Yeah, there's still, even with Tyquan coming back, I think there's a little bit of a hole at wide receiver that they could look at. I mean, if they want to really upgrade the offense, maybe tight ends as well, although I think that might be something they look for in the draft. You mentioned the defensive backfield. I mean, they did bring in Gilman. I have no idea who's going to be covering wide receivers because they've got Noel Williams, they got Christian Fulton, and then Kevin Knowles. I mean, it's pretty
bleak. Where's Chris Roland Wallace at? What's he doing?
Yeah, he's basically a safety these days. He and Shamari Connor will be your slot guys, I guess. We'll rotate there, so which it sounds like you love. So
honestly, that's where, like, of all the things that we're talking about, I mean, gosh, they need a better slot. I think that to me is something that we really haven't spent a lot of time talking about. Like, I get it. There's still hope. Shamari Connor's our guy, but gosh, he got ate up in so many instances last year. But anywho.
Yeah, and obviously you've already lost your best slot guy, and Trent McDuffie. You're not going to have him
Correct.
at all.
Correct.
Chris Roland Wallace was better in limited snaps last year in the slot than Connor was, but he's still kind of an unproven guy. You don't know. I mean, you probably at this point you need 2 or 3 new guys, and hey, they've lost 4/5 of the Fab Five from that 22 NFL draft with Najee Johnson in there too. They might need to do another Fab Five. They might need to draft 3 corners and a couple of safeties and just give Dave Merritt a bunch of lumps of clay to play with.
And I'm sure fans will love that because, I still think they're looking at wide receiver 1 going, what are you going to do for Patrick Mahomes? So I guess we'll see what's going on. All right, Matt, appreciate your time. As always, I have a feeling we have a lot more to talk about next week. And hopefully, I do mean this sincerely, hopefully we're talking about your Mizzou Tigers being a part of the NCAA tournament. Appreciate you, Matt. Have a good weekend.
That's the best thing you've ever said to me, Pat. I appreciate it.
You're
Take
welcome.
care, my friend.
You're welcome. I hope you record it and use it as your ringtone. All right, we got a break. We'll wrap up hour number 1 when we return.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
This March, turn your play into payday at Rock and Brews Casino. Join us every Saturday from 7 to 10 p.m. for spring into $2,500 cash. We're giving away $2,500 cash to every winner every hour. Earn entries all week long. Every 100 points gets you 1 entry. Then get your entries into the hopper before 9:50 p.m. for your chance to win. Winners can score once per night, and the hopper resets every Saturday, so your chances are fresh each week. Spring into big cash only at Rock and Brews Casino in Bremen. Rock and Brews Casino. Eat, win, rock on. Owned by the Con Nation.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Off the window, counted in a foul.
ESPN Wichita is bringing you a full week of college basketball action leading up to March Madness. We'll have exclusive live play-by-play of the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City, plus the ACC and Big 10 tournament championship games. And it all leads to our Selection Sunday special, right here on your home for college basketball. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalize this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, when you have NFL free agency news to talk about, you're probably going to go a little bit long with that. If you haven't tried it yet, you need to get on over there. It's a beautiful day to get out there right now. Heck, get some now, bring it to your house, and that way you have some for tonight. They have some excellent food over there at Tinker Barbecue, 640 West Maple, just around the corner from us at Equity Bank Park. They have daily specials that are amazing. They're always switching it up. They have fall off the bone ribs. They have burn ends that are to die for. Their sides are always excellent. It's all fantastic stuff. All fantastic stuff. So with that being said, Mr. Dylan Brett, what is our burnt end of the hour trivia question for today? If you want to win $20 at Tinker Barbecue, get ready to text 316-247-0923. All right, Dylan, hit me.
Well, with baseball season kicking off, I'm going to go with a historical Royals trivia question. Who was the first Royal to hit a home run at Kauffman Stadium?
First Royal to hit a home run at Kauffman Stadium. That is an excellent question, Dylan Brett. Got a couple of guesses in my mind. I'm sure you have guesses. If you want to win $20 at Tinker Barbecue, text your guesses to 316-247-0923. Who was the first Royal to hit a home run at Kauffman Stadium? That's a fantastic one. 316-247-0923. If you get it right, you'll get $20 to Tinker Barbecue. And let me tell you, $20 is going to be enough. It will take care of you and the entire family for that matter. $20 it's going to go a long ways there at Tinker Barbecue. First Royal to hit a home run at Kauffman Stadium. Got a couple of guesses, but you got to keep firing away to get your answer in. 316-247-0923. Who had the first home run as a Royal at Kauffman Stadium? Lob your guesses to 316-247-0923. Only thing I was going to talk about in this segment was World Baseball Classic. I mean, come on, man. Speaking of Royals, Bobby Witt Jr., are you freaking kidding me? Twice?
Unreal last night.
Unreal last night. But I cannot look away. It's such thrilling baseball. Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle to open up hour 2 when we return here at CBD, American Shaman, Wichita.
Game day isn't just a moment, it's a ritual, and the real MVPs of your watch party, Auburn Spirits and Auburn Wine and Spirits. From tailgate-ready brews to top-shelf picks, Auburn Spirits and Auburn Wine and Spirits keeps your lineup stacked and your cooler championship ready. Whether you're cheering from the couch or hosting the whole squad, trust Auburn Spirits at 13303 West Maple, West Wichita, and Auburn Wine and Spirits at 320 North Rock Road, East Wichita.
In business, just like in sports, the best defense wins games. That's where Conradi Insurance comes in, delivering elite risk management and employee benefits to companies across the greater Wichita area. As the largest family-owned independent insurance agency in Wichita, we don't just talk the talk, we protect Kansas businesses like they're part of our team. Conradi Insurance, built for business, rooted in community, always playing to win. Visit ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
Gillies Gambling Hall in Park City, home to 1,000 gaming machines and the Play Rewards. Sign up today and get $20 instantly, plus up to $500 in club cash. Visit Trackside Simulcast with big stakes races every weekend. Grab $2 draft beer and hot dogs Monday through Thursday. Catch every play at Golden Circle with 160 feet of video wall. Kick back at Gillies Saloon, Dance Hall, and Barbecue for live entertainment and slow-smoked, mouth-watering barbecue. Play hard, eat well, live it up. Visit PlayGillies.com.
Truck owners, Toppers Plus Truck and RV is stocked with the tonneau cover for you. Protect your truck bed and valuables with a locking truck lid. Choose from hard, soft, folding, or retractable covers. Toppers Plus has top brands including Lear, Backflip, Undercover, X-Stang, Roll and Lock, Retracts, and more. Work or play, make your truck work for you. Visit our huge showroom at 333 Northwest Street or ToppersPlusKS.com.
Make your truck work for you!
The Phillips 66 Big 12 Men's Basketball Tournament.
This is a fun place to be every March. Kansas City.
And we need more basketball. Why not? Your home for the Big 12 Tournament in Kansas City. ESPN Wichita.
So much on the line. Who doesn't love Champ Week?
Wichita's all sports leader. ESPN Wichita. 92.3 FM.
You've got options for what you can do with your money. So asking the right banking and investing questions matters. But who you ask is just as important as what you ask. At Commerce Bank, we have 160 years of experience helping people like you get the most out of their money. No matter your questions, we have proven financial solutions and strategies that we can tailor to meet your needs. Working together, we'll find your answers. The only answers that matter. Commerce Bank. Challenge accepted.
Wichita's sports leader. Wichita's sports leader. Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita. This is Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. Geno Smith's NFL career has come full circle. The Jets traded for Smith from the Raiders in a late pick swap in next month's NFL draft. He'll be New York's starting quarterback once again after one of his worst NFL seasons in Vegas. ESPN NFL analyst Jason McCourty.
Coming from the Raiders, and the one thing you mentioned I think is so important, if I'm a quarterback, you talked about the young guys up front on the offensive line. When he just left with the Raiders, he was getting beat up last year. So now you get an opportunity to have 5 guys in front of you that can protect you. Yeah. You have Breece Hall, like you mentioned, be able to get the ball on the outside. For Geno Smith, you're excited for the opportunity to go back and right or wrong almost in the sense of how you started your career.
Smith was New York's starter from 2013 to the 2015 preseason until he wound up with a fractured jaw after being punched by a teammate in a locker room dispute. Patriots agreed to sign receiver Romeo Doubs, $80 million over 4 years. He'll help fill the void left by the soon-to-be-released Stephon Diggs. Duke starting guard Caleb Foster, fractured foot, out indefinitely. NBA fined Lakers star Luka Doncic $50,000 for his money-making gesture directed at an official in Sunday's game.
Hey, it's resident Super Bowl champ Chris Candy. Coming on Wednesday, I'll give you my winners and losers from free agency so far. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze, the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho, H to the O-V. I used to move snowflakes by
Hour number 2 is officially here. It is the Pulse on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Also coming at you online at espnwichita.com. You can find us on your favorite smart speaker. Download the ESPN Wichita app. And if you want to check out the goods at CBD American Shop in Wichita, you can head on over to YouTube, Facebook, and X. We're video streaming and all those different places as well. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Pat Strathman. Producing is Dylan Brett. 316-669-4996 is a number for you. Would like to give us your sports takes by calling in. However, I know a lot of you stick to the text line. And the text line is a good place to be. If you would like to win $30 in Kansas lottery tickets, we'll give you that opportunity here in hour number 2. Just be ready to text 316-247-0923. Stay locked into all of your favorite teams. We have all of the latest on your favorite teams on Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube. Coming up here in a little bit, some tourney talk. Big 12 tournament officially underway in Kansas City. We'll take a look at the American Conference tournament and see what very well could take place in the American Conference tournament. We'll also have our Take Two Tuesday at the very end of the show with Dylan Brett. Before we get to Taylor, I got to tell you that we're here at CBD American Shaman, Wichita. We come out here once a month. March can be pretty stressful for some people. Because, listen, it's the madness, right? It's a month associated with madness. And anxiety can be problematic. Not great if you have a lot of pain. Well, CBD American Shaman here in Wichita, 21st and Rock, they can help you just right next to Dylan's here in the Tallgrass area. They have something really for everyone. If you are dealing with shoulder pain or back pain, they have topical cream that will very much help you. They also have other stuff that can help you as well in that department. You're having a tough time sleeping? They got you. Having a tough time really staying awake or maybe getting a proper energy boost? They got you as well. Need something for your anxious pets? Yes, you heard that correctly. They have something for the pets as well. They're open Monday through Saturday from 8 until 10, Sunday from 10 until 6. Swing on by and check us out, CBD American Shaman in Wichita. And if you do, you can get 25% off all drinks. They also have a $200 basket giveaway, and you don't even have to be here in order to be entered. If you want to win that $200 basket giveaway, leave a Google review. You're going to get 5 entries, which is quite nice. Go to Facebook, find the post, heart, comment. You'll get 1 entry per comment, so that's wonderful. And share it with your friends as well. CBD American Shop in Wichita, life is better with the feather. And life is better for a lot of people in Wichita when the Shockers are winning. And winning they did these last couple of weeks. And to talk more about that, we welcome in Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle. Taylor, Wichita State continues the roll. Shockers able to use a dominant second half to take down Florida Atlantic with the win. It secured a triple bye to the semis, where they will be 2 games away from going to the NCAA tournament. A lot to like from this past weekend. A 5-star prospect in the stands. Final day for Kenyon Giles in that building, trying to get the win, to get the number 2 seed. It all came together, and the second half was definitely one to remember for Wichita State. So, Taylor, with that being said, what was your number 1 takeaway from this past Saturday and that win over FAU?
Yeah, WSU holding them without a field goal for almost the last 12 minutes of the game. That's incredibly impressive, and a lot of credit goes to Dre Kendall, off the bench. WSU was able to stick him on FAU's best scorer. I thought he did a really good job there. And then WSU as a team, we've seen this a lot over these last, 6 weeks where they've been playing really good basketball. They're just solid. They force a lot of unassisted jump shots, 2-point jump shots. And, some teams can make those and they stick around, but, WSU plays the odds and they're going to say, we're going to bet that you can't make enough unassisted 2-point jumpers to stay in this game long enough. And, lately, 11-2 the last 13. So, it's clearly working for them, and they're just rebounding really well on the glass. So holding teams to 1 shot. And that was kind of the recipe. I mean, to hold a team without a field goal for, the last 11 minutes, that's pretty impressive. And because that was a back and forth game, that was a really competitive game for the first, 28 minutes of it. And then WSU just completely pulled away and turned that one into a rout. So that's what caught my eye, was just the defense to close that game out.
Funny how that works, because in the first couple of months, I think that's the one thing we kept talking about with this team is can they do enough defensively in order to get the job done? You felt like offensively there would be enough firepower because of one guy alone and Kenyon Giles, but can they be a consistent defensive team? And the fact that they were able to put that on a display on Saturday against FAU, I think you're right. And one person that will not get a lot of love because, again, the box score is not going to show a lot, but Dre Kendall, that was one of the better games for him. I feel like that's one guy we haven't talked a whole heck of a lot about this year, Taylor, is just Dre Kendall, because I think you have this unreasonable expectation because of what Kenyon Giles has done. If you don't have that type of guard, then maybe they don't seem quite as effective. But I'm sure you probably watch enough film and probably realize just how much Dre Kendall really brings to the table for this Wichita State team.
Yeah, he's been able to flip the script for them, 2 of the last 3. I thought he did the same thing in the Memphis game on the road where WSU was able to insert him the last 12 minutes or so. And he really got after it on the defensive end. And, he has, some limitations just because of his size. But, man, you cannot ever doubt the effort, the energy, just a different kind of energy. Paul Mills has kind of joked in the past, it's kind of like a toddler. He just has so much more energy than everyone else. And he really does bring like a different level when he's on the court. And it is interesting because I feel like, if you watch the film, Cron Boyd plays really tough defense. I mean, he forces guys to make tough shots. And that first half, FAU, they were making tough shots, but then you switch Dre Kendall on them, and, you know, his legs are a little bit worn down because he had to work for everything against Karan Boyd. He was also guarding, you know, Kenyon Giles on the other end. So I think he just kind of wore down. And then when you put Dre's just that level of activity, that's a really good combination for WSU. And I think that's why you're starting to see him, you know, really starting to have success in the second halves of these games because, you know, other guys, their legs are maybe a little bit worn down, and they're putting him in pretty fresh, you know, those last 10 minutes of the second half and winning time. And, man, he's able to really be effective on defense and get a lot of stops. And, yeah, I mean, he's been a pretty big part of this team, you know, with Mike Gray kind of struggling with his shot. You know, if he can get it going, you know, I think he would see more time in crunch time, but it just kind of speaks to the depth of WSU right now that they feel good, you know, putting Dre Kendall out there. They know he can run the offense, he can run that pick and roll game, and he's going to be a pest on defense. So kind of a testament to how many guys they trust in this rotation right now.
Tuesday with Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle, brought to you by no one. Just kidding. Brought to you by Crosswinds Casino. Taylor, you have a couple other performances to highlight from this past weekend. I mean, come on. Dylan Battie was special. Emmanuel Okorafor was definitely a pleasant surprise in that game. Those two combining like that, I mean, that's going to be tough for teams to overcome. Now, you don't expect Dylan Battie to give you 9 of 10 from the field for 22 points, but definitely another big-time performance from him. Emmanuel Okorafor, though, Taylor, if you can get that type of play, now it's probably too much to ask of Emmanuel Okorafor to give you that type of play, but with Eman's performance like that, if he can be that type of player for Wichita State in the conference tournament, just how big of a deal is that for Wichita State moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, it's a game changer because he does have a little bit more pop to his game on offense and probably defense too. You know, he's a little bit more flashy than Will Berg. You know, Will's going to get a lot of his stuff on offensive rebounds, you know, some of those deep steals, where Okorafor, you can put him in that two-man game in the pick and roll. You know, we just talked about Dre Kendall. They have a really good partnership. They've, you know, connected on you know, just cracks me up. You know, Dre has perfected that pocket pass, and then just like the choppy feet that Emmanuel Okorafor has just cracks me up all the time because, you know, it really just comes down to how officials are going to judge when he catches the ball because he takes 3 steps every single time. It's just a matter of, you know, when you think he gathered the ball, I guess. But that's always pretty funny to watch. And he had some big time dunks too, and in traffic as well. So he gives you a little bit more pop on offense. And I really think this is the root. You know, you look at this turnaround because, you know, you look at the last 13 games, Kenyon Giles' efficiency has actually come down a smidge. Karan Boyd's 3-point shooting has come down pretty significant, you know, pretty big. Mike Gray not shooting the ball well at all. So, like, the guards and the wings haven't really been, you know, shooting the ball extremely well. It's the vast improvement of the 4s and the 5s. You know, you think of just if you think of it as just one position, think about the production they're getting lately from Dylan Battie and TJ Williams, Emmanuel Okorafor and Will Berg. You know, they're getting doubles from both of those spots, you know, pretty much every single night. And if it's not Battie, it's TJ. And lately, you know, they've both been playing really well. And same goes for Will Berg and Okorafor. So really, I think it's if you're going to look at kind of some of the reasons why they've turned this around, you got to start in the front court and just like how well they're playing, how well they're rebounding, how well they're defending. I think it starts at those positions, just how much improvement we've seen in season from all 4 of those guys.
Yeah, and that was a big concern with no Quincy Ballard, everyone wondering what would happen there. But I think we also thought that there was a chance that front court could be a strength for Wichita State. After all the pieces that they got, we thought that there's a good chance that they would be long and athletic, and they've been able to show that here for this year, to say the least. Dylan Batiste windmill dunk. I know it's kind of a knee-jerk reaction, but where does that go down in history for for the Shockers? I know it seems so strange because it's not like that was the win the American Conference regular season championship and put a cherry on top of it, but that windmill in game, I think a lot of fans are going to remember that one for a little while.
Yeah, I think that one was more memorable just because it was senior day, and it kind of put the explanation mark on it. But yeah, I mean, all time, I think Dekel Cotton, I mean, he's going to have.
And I think we lost Taylor.
Says he's still on the line.
The Corafor dunk at the end of the game, the Batiste one, windmill, wide open in transition, someone with that athleticism, like that's Corafor dunking on, one of the best shot blockers in the country, Devin Williams. That was really impressive. I did not know he had that in him. So I'm actually going to put the Corafor dunk above the Batiste windmill. That might be a little bit of a hot take, but I think both of them, made for a very memorable day in the Roundhouse for WSU fans.
That's fair. That's fine. Yeah, I wasn't trying to have like this big knee-jerk reaction to it, but I know a lot of fans were talking about the windmill because, again, it's something that you don't see on a regular basis, so that's why I think people are talking about it, and for good reason, because that was a pretty impressive display of athleticism. You have the all-conference honors be announced. No surprise, Kenyon Giles being the first-team all-conference player that he is. All-newcomer team. Sixth man of the year went to Will Berg. And you have Karan Boyd, who ends up being third-team all-conference. I don't think if you are Paul Mills, probably can't complain about any of those. The reality is you see Kenyon Giles, and yes, is he worthy to be Conference Player of the Year? Sure, but it tends to go to the team with the best record, and that was South Florida, and the guy who won it ended up being pretty darn good too. But how about the all-conference honors? I'm sure you probably have no issues with what was released earlier today by the American Conference.
Yeah. I mean, you could make a case for Kenyon Giles. I think the case would be that he was carrying the largest offensive workload of anybody in the conference while also driving winning. Jordan Riley obviously had a way higher usage rate and more impressive just raw numbers, but East Carolina wasn't very good. So Kenyon Giles, in that regard, I thought he carried the heaviest workload of anybody in the American, but on defense, that's a different story. Nelson he's going to give you a double-double. He's going to give you elite rim protection. They won the conference by 2 games, so hard to pick any holes in that case. But I thought KG, very memorable season, very deserving. Probably would have got second on my ballot for Player of the Year. So, then you can maybe quibble with Will Berg or Karan Boyd for that third-team spot for WSU. Just with Will Berg, I just think he has a really massive he just impacts winning so much on both ends. You could make a case for him as the second most important player, but Karan Boyd, very deserving. I think hard to knock that choice at all. So very cool to see him get, third team all conference. And when there's only 15 spots, this is a 13-team conference. They only recognize the top 15. So for Karan Boyd to get one of those spots, what a rise for him. By far the best year of his college career. And I kind of wrote about that this week on Kansas.com. All 3 of these seniors, they're no doubt ending their career playing the best basketball of their lives. KG, Okorafor, Karan Boyd, all 3 of those guys are having career years. So pretty cool to see them get recognized.
All right. I know you're coming at this, from an objective perspective, but where's the confidence level at for this Wichita State team in terms of winning the American Conference postseason tournament? They get that triple bye to the semifinals. They get rest. I know some on social media may be a little bit concerned that maybe it's too much rest. You're going to have a team who already has a game under their belt. They're going to be well adjusted to the setting there in Birmingham. I don't know if I'm quite buying that, because the triple bye is definitely more important than having to play, let's just say, on Friday compared to playing on Saturday. Where's your confidence level at with this Shockers team going into the American Conference postseason tournament, and in terms of their success and their opportunity to win the American Conference postseason tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Wichita State fans should feel as confident as any time, in the American. That first year, that was, clearly the best Wichita State team that's been in the American. But, you think back, there were like 4 top 25 teams in that tournament. So, I mean, it was going to take a lot just to get to the finals, which they didn't even make it to the finals that year. So I think, you think of the championship year, they had that weird loss at the very end. So like people weren't feeling good, going into the conference tournament. I feel like this team, they're playing their best basketball, of the season right now at the right time. And as I told you, the guards aren't even shooting that well. Kenyon Giles has an efficient game. He's going to go for 30 plus. If Karan Boyd, he's been really struggling with his shot. Mike Gray, these guys just have a good shooting game. WSU is going to be really, really hard to beat because of that floor, how high the floor is with their defense and rebounding. So, I think they have a recipe right now that does travel. It's going to give them a great chance in any game. Having said that, they're looking at a likely path of probably Tulsa and then probably South Florida. So, what are the chances they can beat both of those teams? I think they're both top 50 in the net. On a neutral court back-to-back times, it feels like kind of maybe a coin flip game. I don't think either team would be, favored. I think WSU would probably be a slight underdog, but, it's going to be very close against both of those teams. So, I think, there's a great chance that WSU is going to be in the mix. And like I said, the way that they're playing, I mean, they just have a very high floor because of the defense, because of the rebounding. Now, having said that, we've seen South Florida kind of punk WSU. We've seen Tulsa punk WSU. Both of those teams, the first Tulsa game and then the second South Florida game at Koch Arena. So it is possible for WSU to lose that advantage, and if that's gone, they do look a lot more, gettable. So, but as long as WSU brings that physicality and they own the glass, they're going to be a very tough out in the American. And yeah, I mean, like, who would have thought, even 6 weeks ago, they would be in this position right now. So a lot of credit goes to Paul Mills and this coaching staff for getting this turned around. And a lot to these players. I think we've seen a lot of in-season development. And these guys are playing really good ball right now.
Yeah, and I'm with you. The fact that you said this team's playing their best basketball, that's all you can ask of here in the month of March, is you're playing your best ball. And I don't think anyone can make an argument saying that they're not. Although, as you brought up, there's still a chance if Kenyon Giles can have an efficient day, if Karan Boyd fixes three-point shooting problems in the postseason tournament, then that's when you catch lightning in a bottle. And that's how you do win 2 games in back-to-back days to move on to the NCAA tournament. Last but not least, Taylor, I got to ask about the 5-star recruit being on campus. I don't know if you really have any inside information. No need to share any of it, but how neat was it to, at the very least, see that Wichita State was able to bring on a 5-star prospect? You don't see that happen any day of the week.
Yeah, and a lot of people are going to be asking, how did they do this? Well, the 5-star prospect played summer basketball for PJ Cousinard's AAU program in Houston, who's elite. So that's the relationship. And Couz never actually coached Reese Alston, but he was he was the owner of the club that gave them a landing spot. They were looking to move 2 summers ago. And it was Couz that they trusted. They could have gone to a lot of these big shoe deal teams, but they picked Couz. They were kind of the team that was on the come up. There were a lot more established teams in Houston, and you look at it now, and Alston has won back-to-back, national titles with Couz Elite. So he's kind of taken them to another level. And, that relationship paid off in a big way for WSU because it's got them in the door because the Alston family, they trust Couisnard and they know Paul Mills. Paul Mills is a Houston guy himself. People forget that. He's got a reputation of decades and decades of recruiting in Texas. So that helps as well. And, I think it tells you that it's not just a courtesy. The unofficial visit, coming last fall, that could have been a courtesy. But if you're using an official visit to come to WSU, that tells me that they're at least somewhat interested to see what WSU has to sell. And, what a performance from the Shockers. They gave them a lot to like. There was a good crowd, more than 8,000. They got to see a great basketball game, got to see, Coke Arena rocking, and, got to see what Kenyon Giles can do, running the offense and a lot of freedom that he's given. So I think WSU made a pretty compelling pitch. Having said that, this is a 5-star top 10 guy we're talking about. He's going to get recruited by the Blue Bloods. He's going to get thrown a lot of money his way. So we'll see, how much those relationships matter. But I think that the relationships are what make WSU unique because they know Paul Mills now. They know PJ Couisnard. They had him sit by Cheese Johnson at the game, so they know Cheese Johnson. And, him and Alston's father, Skip to my Lou, Rafer Alston, they go back. They're both from New York City, street ball legends. So they knew each other. So I think I talked to Rafer about that, and he's like, I know Cheese Johnson. I know PJ Couisnard. So, if he does end up here, we'll know that, he has people watching out for him. So I think that's what makes WSU stand out from the rest. How valuable is that compared to, millions and millions of dollars? We'll see. But, he's only a 2027 kid, so there's still going to be quite some time, between now and his commitment. But I think Wichita State, they put their best foot forward this last weekend with him.
Yeah, there's that whole money thing that you have to worry about nowadays in college athletics, that whole money thing. Yeah, that ends up being a pretty big part of the equation for some, but maybe not. Maybe not for him. Maybe not for him. Taylor, appreciate your time. Enjoy Birmingham. At least I'm assuming you're going to be down there in Alabama.
Yes,
and hopefully you'll be getting some coverage of a team going to the big dance. That'd be pretty thrilling. So try to soak it all in, and we'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, Tuesday with Taylor Eldridge from the Wichita Eagle. Brought to you by Crosswinds Casino. Appreciate him hopping on board. Seems like Wichita State did put its best foot forward for a 5-star prospect. But we all know there's more to this than just connections and relationships. That's a big part of it. Don't get me wrong. Not trying to say the Shockers don't have any shot because of it, because they put their best foot forward. So they put on a display, and they definitely put their best foot forward. But, of course, there'll be some other teams that'll do the same over the next 365 days, and I'm sure he'll make a commitment probably before then. But, hey, Shockers, why not? You showcase the building on Saturday. You had Kenyon Giles show him this is the type of freedom that you have. You can be this type of player and so on and so forth. That was definitely a great night in Shocker basketball history, at least the immediate Shocker basketball history. Now they got to go out there and win 2 games to go to the NCAA tournament, which we'll talk more about the American Conference tournament when we return. Also, what's going on in Kansas City. We'll get to those things when we come back. We're broadcasting from CBD American Shaman, Wichita. We'll also tell you more about what's going on out here at 21st and Rock. Let's take a break. We'll come back with some tourney talk straight ahead on the Pulse.
Wichita Sports Commission Library.
Yes, sir. Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
What's up, Wichita? Hey, with it being 83 degrees outside, you're probably thinking, well, there's no shot that August is going to have 83-degree temperatures. No shots. Going to be a little bit hotter than that. But let me tell you about August. What's coming up in August is the Wichita Corporate Challenge being put on by our friends at the Wichita Sports Commission. You just saw the Olympics for the winter wrap up. Well, this is sort of like a corporate Olympics. You get a chance to register your business, and you get a chance to compete in all sorts of events. Why should you participate? Great team building exercise. You encourage employee wellness. Networking is through the roof, and you make a community impact. You have events ranging from 3-on-3 basketball to darts to softball to even trivia. You don't even have to be like a big athletic person. You can even just do trivia, which I think is cool. There is a unique twist to this year's corporate challenge. They have a charitable component for you here this year. That's right. Each company will choose a local 501c3 organization within the Wichita metro area to support. At the conclusion of the event, the top 3 teams in each division will secure enhanced donations for their chosen nonprofit. How incredible is that? It's the Wichita Corporate Challenge. You can register your team, check out the sponsorship opportunities. You can do that by going to wichitasports.com. It all takes place August 5th through August 22nd on the event days, Wednesday through Saturday. You rest on Sunday through Tuesday. It's the Wichita Corporate Challenge 2026, put on by our friends at the Wichita Sports Commission.
Taylor Eldridge is brought to you by Crosswinds Casino. Don't miss Crosswinds' 5th anniversary and your share of $18,000 wins play. So close, so fun. Visit crosswindscasino.com.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at Intrust Bank Arena on March 22nd. Go to harlemglobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
In business, just like in sports, the best defense wins games. That's where Conradi Insurance comes in, delivering elite risk management and employee benefits to companies across the greater Wichita area. As the largest family-owned independent insurance agency in Wichita, we don't just talk the talk, we protect Kansas businesses like they're part of our team. Conradi Insurance, built for business, rooted in community, always playing to win. Visit ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
Nothing beats March Madness. The pure sound of a swish, the rattle of a slam dunk, the fans on their feet for the big moments. And the action just keeps getting better until a national champion is crowned. Hear all the action with Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the NCAA men's and women's tournaments right here.
The road to the Final Four starts here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Yes. You know, it's amazing to go from the theme there on the promo to this. Back to back. You have no idea how happy that makes me, Dylan Brett. I'm so glad to hear this. Now, of course, you know, people think of the skit that goes with it. I believe it or not, Dylan Brett, I do not think of the skit quite as much.
No, I think of basketball.
I think of just the original. Actually, worse, if you had to do rankings, you know what I think of? Actually, I think of Nelly doing a remake of that. Did you know that Nelly did it?
Another good one, yeah.
Did you know Nelly did something like that? Because Nelly did. Yes, he did. He did do something like that. Heart of a Champion. And it wasn't all that terrible, if you can believe that. But music to my ears. And yes, the iconic theme there for the NCAA tournament. This week, of course, not the NCAA tournament, but it is championship week. And boy, do we have all sorts of stuff for you here for championship week. Here, let's go ahead and just give you a look at what the lineup is like, okay? Because I just want to show you just how much basketball we have in store for you this week, right here on Wichita Sports Leader. We have the West Coast Conference Championship coming up tonight at 8 o'clock. Do you know who's in the West Coast Conference Championship? Dylan Brett. Would you like to take a guess, or do you feel confident in the West Coast Conference?
Is that Gonzaga and St. Mary's?
Gonzaga and Santa Clara.
Okay, Santa Clara.
Gonzaga and Santa Clara coming up tonight at 8 o'clock. Catch it right here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Tomorrow, we were supposed to have some state tournament basketball. I do apologize. We were planning on doing some stuff, but with the Big 12 tournament going on in Kansas City, there's so many resources that we have for that. I can't ask Dylan Brett to spend an additional 4 hours in this room to produce a basketball broadcast. I'm sorry. I just can't. Dylan Brett you would complain a little bit. You would yell at people if you had to work an additional 4 hours. Now, I say that Dylan Brett would be like, I don't care. The more work, the better.
Yeah, with 24 minutes notice, I don't know.
Now, it would be at 8 o'clock is what would happen. It would have been at 8 o'clock tomorrow, but we're not going to be able to have it because, by golly, I care about the people who work for ESPN Wichita. I care for those people. So with that being said, we'll have the ACC tournament for you tomorrow. We'll have California and Florida State, and we'll have Clemson, and we have yet to see who they're going to play. So that is coming your way tomorrow. Coming up on Thursday, we have KU basketball, of course. Kansas versus TCU, Colorado, Oklahoma State. We'll just have to wait and see on that front. 8:30 is when things will really take place. You think it's going to be 8:30, but it's probably going to be a little bit later, just the way it goes. Friday, we will have Big 12 tournament semis, game 1 and 2. That's if Kansas doesn't make it. If Kansas is in the semis, we'll have Kansas basketball coverage, courtesy of Brian Haney and the boys. On Saturday, we'll have the SEC semifinals, 12 o'clock and 2:30. Big 12 championship game at 5 o'clock. Of course, if Kansas advances to the championship, we'll make some adjustments because we will also have the ACC championship game coming up on Saturday. Then on Sunday, the SEC championship game. We will also have the American Athletic Conference championship game. Who might be playing in that one? Oh, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. But we're going to have Westwood 1 coverage right here on ESPN Wichita. And then we'll have Westwood 1 Selection Sunday coverage at 5 o'clock. You think that's decent? Dylan Brett, you think that's decent amount of basketball coverage for this week? Is that okay?
That's decent.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's pretty decent. Yeah. Our championship week coverage brought to you by Davis Liquor Outlet, Prochaska Hound, Prochaska Law, and Janet King. Next week, the big dance. Yes, we'll have every game. Of course, Westwood 1's coverage. They'll bounce around from one location to the next, but we're going to bring it to you right here on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. I see Adam is checking in. Adam's a good friend of the show, Dylan. He called you a wimp. He said ball is life. But I know you're not a wimp. You're definitely not a wimp. So, like I said, Adam, I'm the one who's looking out for my people. It's what I do, by golly. I look out for my dudes. It's what I do. In case you're wondering about the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City. So action is underway. We have one game already finished. Arizona State's, despite the fact that Bobby Hurley's been fired, Arizona State's ends up edging the Baylor Bears 83-79. With 12 minutes to play in the second half, Cincinnati is 13 points better than Utah, 48-35. Kansas State and BYU tips off tonight at 6 o'clock. K-State's 12-19 overall. BYU 21-10. A big win for the Cougs to help Kansas out to get that number 3 seed. And then you have Oklahoma State and Colorado. That will be wrapping up tonight at 8:30. In terms of the overall Big 12 tournament and the bracket, if you haven't had a chance to look at the bracket, well, here's what we got for you. So you have the teams I just told you about. They're, of course, Cincinnati playing right now. With Arizona State winning, they move on to face the number 5 seed Iowa State at 11:30 tomorrow morning. Cincinnati, Utah, whoever wins, plays Central Florida tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Central Florida is the 8 seed. You have the winner of BYU and K-State squaring off with West Virginia, the 7. And then whoever beats or whoever wins Oklahoma State and Colorado will play TCU, the 6 seed, coming up tomorrow at 8:30. Then on Thursday, Texas Tech awaits the winner of Iowa State and Arizona State. Arizona plays Utah, Cincinnati, or Central Florida as the top dog. The number 2 seed is Houston. Cougs will face either the Wildcats of K-State, the Cougs of BYU, or the Mountaineers of West Virginia. And then there's Kansas, the number 3 seed, facing the number 6 seed TCU, number 11 seed Colorado, or the number 14 seed Oklahoma State. Coming up on Thursday at 8:30. If Kansas wins, the Jayhawks will play either the winner of Houston, West Virginia, K-State, BYU. Odds are it'll be Houston. On the other side, it'll probably be Arizona. But I can't stress just how important it really was for Kansas to get that 3 seed. Because you dodge Arizona, which is big. You dodge Iowa State, which I think that is huge, because I think Iowa State is maybe the team that is going to win the Big 12 tournament. And the reason being is because of what they do in Kansas City. Dylan, you know what it's like when it's Big 12 tournament. You know when it's Big 12 tournament time, don't you? Because the clones are everywhere in Kansas City. Are they not? They're everywhere. You can't go somewhere without seeing them. They are, that is their Cancun. That's how they head south. They don't head south for the beach. They go south to Kansas City. That's where they go for spring break. Heck, there's Iowa State fans here in Wichita that make the trek up to Kansas City because we see them when we're normally up there for the Big 12 tournament. Iowa State is definitely the team I would pick to win the entire Big 12 tournament. If you told me, hey, Pat, who's going to win? I think it's Iowa State. Now, Arizona is still pretty darn good. Doesn't mean that the Wildcats are definitely on upset alert, because they're still the top seed for a reason. That the type of post play that they have is just absurd. They can just wear you down in the paint, which is what happened to Kansas when they were in Tucson. And then you look at Kansas on the other side. I think you like Kansas's chances to at least make the championship game, no? You'd almost have to. They've already proven that they can beat Houston, and they did quite well against the Cougars. You look at TCU, that could be in the way. Of course, the game that they had against TCU in Lawrence was a nail-biter in which they pulled off a miracle. They were able to pull off that remarkable win. Still don't know how they were able to do it. But it almost feels like Kansas is almost like a lock for the Big 12 championship against Iowa State or Arizona. It just feels that way to me. I don't think you have to worry about Tech so much. I still worry about Texas Tech. They've kind of – I thought after what they lost with JT Toppin, you thought, okay, well, maybe they're really going to regress. Then they showed that they really looked okay, and then you saw what they did against BYU, and you're like, is this the same team that's playing? So maybe Grant McCaslin can get them rolling again. But I really think it's Iowa State and Kansas for the title. And if it is Iowa State in Kansas in the championship game, woo, that atmosphere will be electric. Absolutely electric. A rubber match featuring two teams that really beat each other in similar fashions in the regular season. Iowa State took it to Kansas up in Ames. You had Kansas demolishing Iowa State in Lawrence. Sign me up for that. And I think that's what we are on track to see. Now, Arizona's still good. If you want to pick the Wildcats, I don't blame you. Kansas, though, really has a perfect draw to get to that point. And we still just wonder, we haven't seen this big 40-point explosion from Darren Peterson yet. Are we going to see something like that? Only time will tell. We'll have to wait until Thursday to see how Kansas kicks it off. And, of course, here I am saying that they have a good path to make it to the championship game. Watch them get knocked off by TCU or even worse, whoever upends TCU to get to square off with Kansas. So, anywho, I think that's what's going to happen in the Big 12 tournament coming up this week. 316-247-0923. I was just typing Cancun. You beat me to it. It's true. It's true, Jackson. It's absolutely true. Or, someone just gave me a text about the burnt end of the hour trivia question. First-time texter. Thank you, texter. Thank you for texting in now. A little bit too late, but I appreciate you texting. That's for sure. So, Big 12 tournament this week. I think it is a perfect path for Kansas and Iowa State to really link up in the Big 12 championship. Truly think that that's what we are in store. But this is also the Big 12, and you have no idea what's really going to unfold this week in Kansas City. I said we would talk about the American Conference tournament. You know what? We can save that for tomorrow, but I guess if you really want to take a look at the bracket, if you don't know what the bracket looks like, well, there you go. So it all starts today. Memphis and Tulane at 6 o'clock. Tulane's the 9, Memphis is the 8. Temple is the 10. Florida Atlantic is the 7. You have the winner of Memphis and Tulane facing the 5 seed Charlotte coming up on Thursday at 6 o'clock. North Texas is the 6. In the quarters, you have number 4 UAB and number 3 Tulsa. Semifinals, you have South Florida being the 1 seed, Wichita State being the 2. There is a really good chance that it will be Tulsa and Wichita State. As for who squares off with South Florida, I would like to think it's probably UAB. That would be my gut feeling. Or it very well could be Charlotte. Charlotte has surprised some people. Or maybe you see the Memphis Tigers catch fire. I don't think that's going to happen. I think the players have given up on Penny Hardaway, but I guess we'll see. But Wichita State is in a good position, although, as Taylor Eldridge pointed out, Tulsa has punked Wichita State before. South Florida has punked Wichita State before. So there's a chance of that happening. But that's why it's important for them to get the triple bye to get to the semifinals, because now they can sit and they can relax and they can see if some things take place. I could see FAU making a run to the semis if they get Vanderpool back. What's up, Curtis from Lenexa? You know, that is a fantastic point. A fantastic point, because it's always – these tournaments are also always about injuries, right? If someone has someone returning, let's say, for instance, if BYU, let's say if Richie Saunders was finally healthy and could play. Of course, not the case. He tore his ACL. But if Richie Saunders would have come back, how many people would be tempted to pick BYU to do damage in the Big 12 tournament? I like where your head's at, because FAU, throughout this entire year, FAU started so strong. Then they have a boatload of injuries. They take a massive tumble. They end up coming back. Of course, on Saturday, you see what they did against the Shockers. They went toe-to-toe with the Shockers and then got blanked for the last, 11 minutes, 12 minutes of the game. if they do get Vanderpool back, I think that could be a pretty big deal as well. So, Curtis from Lenexa, you know ball, sir. You are a grade A ball knower. So I appreciate you for chiming in there. All right, let's give you a chance to win $30 in Kansas lottery tickets. 316-247-0923. Text the word lottery to 316-247-0923. That's lottery to 316-247-0923 for your chance to win $30 in Kansas lottery tickets, specifically X Games tickets. Did you know that you can play Kansas lottery on your favorite device? You can. You can be a part of the Play On loyalty program. You can download that. You can play all sorts of things on there. Plus, you can also get some second chance drawings as well just from this. If you would like $30 in Kansas lottery tickets, be the first to text lottery to 316-247-0923. We wrap things up from CBD American Shaman Wichita when we return.
You're tuned into The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Saying hello to everyone enjoying a great day at one of the Kansas Pace Centers. Whether your loved one is staying active with social activities, catching up with friends, receiving therapies, or getting medical support, Kansas Pace provides expert care and a warm, welcoming place they'll love. And while they're supported, you get peace of mind and time to handle your own responsibilities. Kansas Pace truly is a partner for families caring for aging parents. Learn more at kansaspace.org.
Eaton Roofing and Exteriors loves being a part of the Kansas landscape. Since 1993, they've repaired or installed residential roofing on thousands of Kansas homes. And whether you've had storm damage or you're ready for a new, current, weather-hardy roof, you can trust Eaton Roofing and Exteriors for expert advice about the right roof for your performance needs, budget, and neighborhood covenants. Call the local Eaton experts today at 316-943-0600 or visit EatonRoofing.com.
Eaton Roofing and Exteriors.
Are you ready to turn your coin collection into money? Phil's Coins and Bullion will always treat you right and give you the best deal in town. Make sure you get top dollar for any U.S. coin or even foreign-based coins. Check them out today at 9344 West Central Avenue or online at philscoins.com. Take your coin collection to the next level or turn it into cash. And it's all with Phil's Coins and Bullion.
philscoins.com.
Wichita, your next favorite coffee stop is right here. At Mocha's Coffee and Eatery, enjoy gourmet coffee, fresh pastries, hearty breakfast, and savory lunches, all in a cozy, welcoming space made for your everyday moments. From morning fuel to midday bites, Mocha's fits right into your routine. With 4 locations across Kansas, 2 right here in Wichita, and a 3rd Wichita location coming soon, great coffee and food is never far. Enjoy fresh flavors and shared moments at Mocha's.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Off the window, counted in a foul.
ESPN Wichita is bringing you a full week of college basketball action leading up to March Madness. We'll have exclusive live play-by-play of the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City, plus the ACC and Big 10 tournament championship games. And it all leads to our Selection Sunday special, right here on your home for college basketball. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
All right, we're almost done here at CBD American Shaman Wichita. If you haven't ventured out this way before, change that, would you? Come out to 21st and Rock, right next to Dylan's. I'm actually going to go over that way because I need a little something to drink because I think I have lost about 10 pounds sweating it out here, which I could probably afford to lose 10 pounds. Coming up tomorrow, we'll have Wyatt Thompson. At least I'm pretty sure we'll have Wyatt Thompson tomorrow. And I also, I don't know what happened there with my voice. I think I got like some water just kind of trapped there in my throat. Coming up tomorrow, Dylan Brett, do you know who Joe Hendry is?
Not ringing a bell.
Only the NXT champion, Joe Hendry, will be on the show tomorrow. Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. Not ringing a bell? Nothing?
No.
Oh, gosh. Texters, bail me out, please. Golly. First Shane and now you. Now Shane's son, Clayton, is cool. Clayton knows Joe Hendry. But Joe Hendry's going to be on the program tomorrow. Texters, please tell me you know who Joe Hendry is. Come on. NXT champ. He's going to be in Wichita at the Cotillion. Dylan Brett, whatever your name is, what do we have for our Burt and the Hour trivia question and answer? Do you remember?
Yeah, the question was, who was the first Royal to hit a home run at Kauffman Stadium? And the answer would be John Mayberry.
John Mayberry. We had a couple people guess him. All right, Take Two Tuesday. What's the topic?
We don't have much time here, so I'll go with favorite two things about spring.
The weather.
Okay, good one.
Number one. And usually March Madness that goes with it. There you go. Right on cue.
I would have said March Madness and opening day.
Opening day is good. That's not a bad one. I would go with weather. Although here in Kansas, let's be real. Do we ever get a real spring? Like,
it comes and goes.
Do we really get a real spring? We really don't get one. Although I will say our winter has been pretty mild, so I don't know what that means for us moving forward. All right, we are done. Get me out of here. For producer Dylan Brett, I'm Pat Strathman saying so long, Wichita. I'm telling you, tomorrow, Joe Hendry should be a lot of fun. Do some research and join us tomorrow. Should be a ton of fun on the program. Have a great evening, Wichita.
Thanks, Pat.
Good job, dude.